It was one of the, like, first games I bought on launch, I would say. Your daughter likes Enya Irish drinking songs, and you should introduce your daughter to some Great Big Sea. That's what you should do. Because Mary Mac's mother's making Mary Mac marry me. Mary's mother's making me marry Mary Mac. And we'll all be feeling merry when Mary's taking care of me. Because I'll be feeling merry when I marry Mary Mac. Off to food? Go get food. Let's play some Longdeath. Year 387 begins here. You'll be sad when the cars that you know are gone. You love driving manual drive cars? Okay. Well, that's like saying, for me, that's like me saying, I'll be sad when cassette decks go away. You know what I have 4 of in my apartment right now? Cassette decks. And it's very common that people are just like, they still make those? It's number one, they do. They're the ones they make now are shit, but they do still make them. But yes, you can still own them. Cars are not gonna go away. Like that's the thing that I think people need to realize. There will always be a market for them. Can they become not the majority of our transportation? Yes. Can't type any more noisy keyboard. You need to invest in some Cherry MX Brown switches, or even like a membrane. Actually, you know what you need to do? You need to get one of those like Mac keyboards, the ones that like don't even have buttons, or like a touch sensitive keyboard, so you can type quiet for when baby's sleeping. I would absolutely invest in one of those if I was a parent. Anyway, the current living dwarves in the fort are Pilot, Axon, Clavenair, Letharticus, Lilum Katsu, Anthony Banana, who actually commented on YouTube recently saying, "Oh my god, I'm still alive, holy shit, I can't watch because work." Yeah, I get you, man. Navy, the Skoid, Malden, Mawfry, Athros, Diamond Destruct the Second, Anonymo the Second, Massive, who's still the king, Volleylol, Mar, Reinhardt, Tygo the Third, Don Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Blue Space Sweep, Arch, Dragon, Rory, Paranoid Metroid, Zatsuki, Do It, Tele B the Second, Kryvun, Jimmy Tibby, Space Pirate 256, Kravicus, Merc Dominith, Elomino, Red Octobear, Hoshan, Cussy, Bloodcat 17, Wogarden, and Whitcode. If you heard your name get called and you would like to know how your dwarf's doing, give me a shout. I'm actually kind of curious about how the king's doing. I haven't looked at the king in a bit. Wow, shockingly happy. Aside from, like, resentful after getting into an argument and lonely after being away from family, but pleasure about everything and very happy about his life, so that's good. You died again? A while ago, yeah. Currently tending to the cougar flock, as one does. You missed all of last week. You died earlier than last week. I want to say that you were caught in the chaos that was the 5 dwarves that all kind of died around the same time. Your keyboard with red switches is very noisy, but it's all metal with no foam, so you'd love some sort of foam for it to see if that helps. I know you can get, like, when I still had blue switches, I bought these noise bands, which are like these tiny little rubber bands, which go around, like, the circle of each switch, which actually, like, dampens the noise a lot. They made the keys feel less good, though. Kind of sucked. Mayor doesn't currently want anything. Oh, right, and somebody died of old age. It's been a few days, so I'm not entirely certain who that was, but somebody did just die of old age, too. Also forging a bunch of lead book bindings. You can get fancy membrane keyboards for super cheap. Like, a nice membrane keyboard is not an expensive purchase. The thing is, nobody wants to use membrane keyboards because they are less satisfying to use. It's not even like they're harder to type on, they're just less satisfying. At least that's just my take, though. But I don't know. I don't think I will ever fall into the trap of building my own keyboards. I've had a few people try and push me in that direction because I know a lot of people have been getting into that hobby recently. Not entirely certain where that hobby came from and why it just suddenly appeared out of seemingly nowhere, but I'm quite certain that that is a hobby that I will stay far away from for a while. Unexpected death of somebody. Right, yeah, because, yeah, because my mayor finally died. Who else died? Because Imish died, right? Well, maybe not. Yeah. You didn't. Okay, Imish is still around. Yeah, I lost my mayor recently, so Tele got elected as mayor. So we do have a new mayor. Which has been a bit of a mess. Built this keyboard as a project when you're learning to solder. Oh, yeah, that's kind of different, though. You can't see doing it as a hobby. You only really need one keyboard. I know a few people through Twitch and Twitter and the internet that own, like, 24+ keyboards. Unless you are a pro, your solder joints will always be worse than the factory ones. Keeps you from that trap, at least. Yeah, fair. I mean, I think for a lot of people, it's like building model kits, right? Like, it's... And for other people, like, making the keycaps and such is practically an art form at this point. So I can see the draw for it, but... The draw for it is also what will keep me from ever being interested in it. Man, this poor dwarf. Man, things that Tiny Goliath made got crushed in that? Probably clothing. Like, that's actually the weird thing, is that no matter... Well, not the weird thing, but that's the truly understandable part of it, is, like, it's become some people's art. And once it becomes somebody's art, it's impossible to remove them from it. So, if people enjoy them, let them enjoy it, I guess. It's not like building your own keyboard is hurting anybody. Not like owning a truck. Completely different. Completely different. Good day, Beer Meneer. How's you? I hope you're safe, happy, and healthy. Hope things are good, sir. Yeah, actually, model trains is a really good example. The thing about Gundams, and the reason I don't quite put Gundams on the same level, is an expensive model train kit is like several $100s. A Gundam's like $15. Unless you're buying like the ones that are a meter tall, Gundams are cheap. Hey, Phil and Phil, what's up? Speaking of Gundams, did you guys see that absolute word vomit that Namkai Bando posted recently? Because holy shit. This is the most word salad I think I've ever seen. On the Gundam Universal Century Development Action GUDA project. GUDA project. You guys see this shit? Because this shit is absolute fucking chaos. That's all I can... I'm gonna read a little bit about this. Gundam's message for various problems in space, such as overpopulation and planetal environmental problems, will surely be valuable to humankind as we aim to advance into space. In the lead-up to the dawn of the reveal of the Universal Century, Bandai Namco Group will take various actions to create a better world for children in the future, collaborating with fans and external partners under the Gundam name. Over 4 decades ago, Mobile Suit Gundam sounded the horn about the population growth and the deterioration of the planet and environment. This was symbolized by the concept of a new era called the Universal Century, which began at the start of the human immigration to space. We confront the vast universe, including the Earth as a species, and not as an individual. This is the one of the underlying themes of the Gundam series. With this theme, Bandai Namco Group will carry out the Gouda towards the real world's universal century. The goals are global sustainability and environment preservation. As TLDR, they're making an NFT project towards whatever this means. Anyway, if you want to read this fucking garbage word salad, you can. But it's some of the most fucking corporate nonsense I've seen since ever, maybe. But I will say this, it's like, if somebody has to win and become the metaverse, I support Bandai Namco and Gundam over, let's just say, Meta. Because at least one is funny and has humor to it. Hey, Magna. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I planted a shit ton of onions yesterday. And weed. But a shit ton of onions yesterday. I planted 14 onion plants, 4 kale plants. I planted a bunch of spinach. I planted 4 cannabis seeds. Yeah. Greg's pretty good. Buzzword design. It's literally just like they took all of their buzzwords and fed it to a trained AI. Like every single corporate speak buzzword, fed it to a trained AI that's read all of the Gundam manga. That's literally what that is. Or that's what it feels like reading it. It is it was too nonsensically word salad to read on the podcast, but I still kind of want to. Speaking of, the Halcyon Frequency podcast is now the 62nd most popular podcast in the video games category in Australia. So that's cool. We are Venom. Well, I mean, what's worse, being a Venom or Anonymous? Probably Venom, because you eat people. I don't think anyone in Anonymous eats people frequently. As we make all of these lead book bindings. Also forging kimberlite blocks. That's what we need to work on. We need to go mine more kimberlite, because we need kimberlite for the giant blue circle that I'm working on. So we're also filling this in slowly. I kind of wish I could auto-mine kimberlite, but unfortunately that's not how the auto-mine tool works. So instead we got to do it this way. I don't want boulders that I don't actually need. Of course, if anybody has any questions about Dwarf Fortress or Dwarfy related things, just yell it in the Twitch chat. I'll do my best to give you information. But also welcome to the channel properly, Bill and Phil, now that we're actually playing video games. If you're interested, you picked up a fantastic cannabis growing encyclopedia a few years back and could point you to it. Local library probably has a copy. It's really more of a reference than anything else. I mean, if it's a book, I'll just buy it. But sure, feel free to DM it to me, Aqua. It's even better when it's like Japanese corporate PR bubble translated into English. It's even better when it's that, which is definitely what that Bandai thing is about. It's definitely like Japanese corporate speak translated into English. Which is even better, because then you get lost in translation in there to boot, which it's just too funny. I mean, you could post something on /our_trees, or you can just like go on YouTube. That's I mean, the people that I bought the seeds from is a grow operation that's been operating legally for over a decade. Not actually that far from me. They're just up in the just up on the hillside, like, I don't know, 30-minute drive from me approximately based on where they are in town. And they just have a YouTube channel on how to grow their seeds. So, outdoors, like. I will post things on, like, honestly, I'm doing it more as, like, a challenge to myself and probably won't end up needing all of it. Because if they grow as well as they're supposed to in the climate that I'm in, I'm going to end up with way too much. Like, I'm not going to need all of it, so I'm probably going to end up giving a lot of it away. Which just means I might actually get some friends. Not totally true. I already have friends. But I still might end up giving a lot of it away. Oh, hi, Armor. Yeah, because I can't legally sell it. Or that, or I will give some to my friend in exchange for a 6-pack of beer. Or something. I don't know. I was close to a waterfall. I feel contented. Is contented a word? Contented. It is a word. Okay. I didn't realize that contented is a word that you can say. Depends on how well you preserve it, Beermanier. Yes, but also no. It's like anything else. If you dry it correctly, and let all of the natural gases that grow in the jar that you're preserving it in escape, and you like get all of the moisture out of them, it can last years. If you do it wrong, it'll mold. So. You noticed not so long ago that your nickname is very close to be filling in the word fill, making it even more convincing. Originally, the name is a bird on Russian. Fill is for rhyme or something? Oh. So how are you supposed to pronounce your name then? I mean, if I'm completely screwing up your name, just tell me and I'll do my best to not. Those rock crystals? What are those? Damn it. So we're mining through kimberlite because it's for its blue color, which we're turning into bricks and using as an art piece on the floor of my fortress. But the thing about kimberlite is one of the few stones that diamonds can be found. So whenever I see gems, I get excited and then get disappointed when they're just jasper opals. It's basically an owl. Oh. Owls are cool. Hold on, I'm going to Google this. See what the internet gives me. It's also apparently in Spanish. It's a U.S. influenced popular song in the late 1940s. The word is derived from feeling, and sometimes spelled feeling. I know that this is probably not what you're talking about, but that's what the internet gave me. Okay, let's see what it gives me for this for phonetical pronunciation. Wow. Okay, so it is literally like a type of owl. It's an eagle owl, apparently. Oh, this kind of looks like a great horned owl, actually. It's like a fat great horned owl. Tomei, what's up, dude? Those things, man. It does kind of just look like a thick gray horned owl to me. Wood crutch. Two or three is fine. Nice to have a blue one. I very frequently will make my trade depots out of rose gold because what the fuck else am I going to use rose gold for? And you don't actually need that much rose gold to have a gaudy pink, to have like this gaudy as hell pink colored trade depot. So like rose gold and black bronze are probably my two favorite materials to make into trade depots. Cobaltite is also nice, but Kimberlite is what I have. You got to go. Well, I'll be around all day. I'm sure I'm just going to keep butchering your name, but thanks for swinging by and thanks for the follow. You know, I've got a genuine question, Tiger. What took them so long? Like, just to be clear, if you're from Russia and you're hanging out in my chat, I got nothing against you personally. But if very negative sounding Russian things come out of my mouth during my streams, I apologize, but it's not, it's your government's doing. I mean, like, we blocked Russian ships from landing at our port, like, on day 4. It was, like, very quickly that Canada did that. Because I remember reading about it. Like, our port unions were pissed. Like, pissed. They damn near went on strike over it. Not that, you know, they've definitely gone on strike for dumber things in the past, but... I mean, we don't need coal, so I don't think we would be importing any coal. Not gas, though. I mean, who needs coal? What year is it that people still use coal? I know that people still use coal, but, like, come on. Can I answer surrounding managers? Did I miss a question? Just if I missed something, just repost it. Apologies. I do miss stuff sometimes. Fucking Germany? You know, you could just say that just out of context. And, you know, people would probably still chuckle. Although I was cursing out Germany quite a bit recently this past week because they kept putting stuff on pixels that I was trying to draw on /r place. I'm kind of sad that I completely missed place in my streams because you bet your ass like I would have like been pointing you guys at pixel sync. Come on. But oh well. Place was fun while it lasted. Hopefully it comes back soon. And we'll miss place. Asperopals. Can I just get some diamonds, please? Is it so difficult to give me some goddamn diamonds? But yeah, I just repost your question if you have one, Star Legend. My eyes are not perfect, and I do miss things. We're waiting on one block down there. The elves are heading out. I already did trade with them, so that there is that. Man. I still can't get over how deep this cavern layer is. It's kind of ridiculous. And also how much dead shit there is at the bottom of these caverns because they keep falling down them. There's a way of having an automated system for 2 different tasks under the same type of workshop. You don't like going to the workshop profile and doing it manually? I'm probably not the best person to ask that question to because I don't get super in-depth with any of that stuff, but let's just say under Kimberlite blocks, you can turn on conditions and you can set it to add, or you can then add order conditions or you can add item conditions and they will just start producing the item and automatically producing that item when materials are available or when materials are used up or when materials are in a specific stockpile. I don't understand how this system works because my brain doesn't understand if-then statements. So I look at this stuff and it just goes bleh, and everybody that I know looks at this stuff and goes, oh, that's super simple. The person to ask on that front would be Tekud, if he pops into the chat at any point. That or post in the Kit Fox Discord about that, because there's people there that can help you with that stuff. I intentionally ignore those systems because they hurt my brain. But TLDR, yes. Tips of entering into caverns, have a way of locking the caverns when you go into caverns, because you don't know what's going to show up. And you want to be able to seal them off again after you break into them. That's my tips when entering caverns. My tip for entering caverns, I guess, is just make sure that you have a way of resealing them. It's like you need to be able to recork a bottle, right? Well, it's like that, but with caves and blood-sucking monsters that want to eat your face. Just like recorking a wine bottle. You need to dodge the blood-sucking monsters that want to eat your face. Although it kind of depends on the cavern layer. If it's the first cavern layer, eh. But the second and third cavern layers get hairy quick. The problem occurs when everyone works on the same task, but you want to have them here and there. So what you can do is you can... So if you want, like, specific jobs happening at specific workshops, you can actually suspend... Like, you can go into your workshops and manually suspend different jobs. So say you don't want a certain set of workshops doing this, you can queue them all up in the manager and independently suspend them for certain workshops. So say you have, like, 4 jobs in the manager, and you have 4 sets of workshops, and they're all, let's just say, mason shops, and you want one making blocks, one making furniture, and one making, I don't know, something else. You can suspend the non-jobs that you want on those by just hitting Q, selecting the workshop, and hitting S, and they'll stay suspended. They're not going to unsuspend themselves. So you could do it that way, if that's what you're talking about. But I'm like the anti-efficiency player, so... You can technically plug all cavern off-map connections and then never worry about Forgotten Beasts again. Yeah, you do have to worry about them, because if you retire and reclaim the map, Tygo, then there will be Forgotten Beasts everywhere again. So, there is that. So, but yeah, I don't like doing that, plugging all the off-map connections, because I think that Forgotten Beasts are fun, and I think that if they have access to the if you have access to the caverns, like, you might as well, like, just fight some Forgotten Beasts, because come on, they're fun. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Seriously. Just gonna use this as an opportunity to use up some blocks that I'm not gonna need. If you do link shops and use the manager, you might get a cancellation spam. Oh, there is a mute button. Yeah, I don't know at that point, because those are features that I'm aware of but don't really use. So it's hard for me to say whether or not you'll get cancellation spam in that regard. But yeah, I don't like pre-automating stuff, because I like to know exactly what my dwarves are working on at all times, and if I pre-automate stuff, then I forget. That's my biggest issue, is I don't like forgetting what my dwarves are working on. Nothing but Jasper Opals, man. Come on. Need something to work with here, game. Give me something to work with. You know that feeling when, like, your neck needs to crack, but refuses to? Man. Turning to an old DF fort and trying to understand what the hell you were doing is quite the experience. Yeah. It's probably my favorite part of it, actually. Is the, oh fuck, what was happening? Moment. Ask around though, thanks for the question. Moving on, what are some good tips when venturing or planning to go into the caverns? I mean, I already said that. Just have a way of sealing it off again when you go in. And then have fun. I'm not sure what else you want me to say on that subject. Like, there really isn't too much for me to say. It's literally just like, have a way of sealing it off when you go in. Like, it's just Dwarf Fortress. It's not rocket science, okay? We're not playing Kerbal here. It's just, if you have to go into the caverns, just have a way of sealing it off behind your dwarves so that, like, if anything scary shows up, you can close the door. I mean, they're not that dangerous. Just, you know, have a way of closing the door. And if you're going to dig deeply and greedily, be careful. Just be cautious. You know? Have fun. There really isn't that many tips. It's just start playing. And that's what I have to say about most things in DF is like, well, I can't prepare you for everything that might happen. It's like, Jabberers are scary and Cadaverous cave crawlers are scary, but like, outside of that, the things that you'll find in the caverns really, like, yeah, you'll occasionally run into stuff and a dwarf will get into a fight with a cave crocodile and you just kind of have to deal with it. It's not that bad. There isn't like a, you know, be-all, end-all, here's the one strat you need to survive the caverns. That doesn't really exist. I mean, well, actually, no. The scariest thing that you'll meet in the caves are giant cave spiders, far and away. If you see a giant cave spider, just back up and wait for it to leave because they will eventually just walk off the map like any other wild animal, but just let them walk off the map. Don't try and fight giant cave spiders. That's my only real advice because giant cave spiders are scarier than dragons. I haven't played a fort in a while. You've been more of the looter shooters like Borderlands. Oh, I'm sorry. Just for the most part, and you can turn off your brain and just shoot guys with fancy guns. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, like, it's just like all those conversations that I have with Epion about how many roguelike developers all play Destiny for some reason. Feels like, also, there was something else I was going to talk about, and I completely spaced on it. What was it? Chat, I started talking about something like 5 minutes ago and then got lost in the job order stuff. What was that? It's like I had a thought and I lost it now, and it's going to bother me. I'm sure I'll get it back, but still. As we continue mining out all the kimberlite, perfect. King's request for crutches has gone away. You asked your grandma if she still had her Game Gear when you were a kid. And she was like, I don't remember, but if I do, I'll give it to you. Well, I mean, Game Gear is a pretty neat little piece of kit. I'll say that. Game Gear is indeed a neat piece of kit. Tried Destiny, but it kind of becomes like a lobby dungeon queue simulator. Well, the gameplay is fun, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can buy mod packs that recharge the Game Gear. Anyway, it's like there are ways to avoid the batteries problem for the Game Gear. It doesn't require that much modding to make them work. With columns? I mean, if you want to play columns, we can make that work. Right. I remember the thing that I was going to talk about. So chat, for those of you who are subscribed to this Twitch channel, I have split the sub chat on Discord into 2 separate rooms. There is normal sub chat, and then there's sub chat screaming, which is just sub chat, except we're allowed to yell about politics and things that make us mad. So if you're going to talk about the war, if you're going to talk about politics, if you're going to talk about things that make you mad, post it in the screaming room, not the other one. Or just like scream nonsensically, either or. Also, if people want to be awesome, go post things on my Discord, maybe in like the add a word stories or counting room. Because this is my stats currently on Discord, and TLDR, they just sent me another email saying they're going to remove my Discord partner, which they do every 6 months at this point. So if you want to help me keep Discord partner, go count to 1 million or post in the word stories room or something. You have installed DF? Why do you have to admit that? It's not a crime to install a Dwarf fort. But hello. Welcome back. As you have suspected it would happen last time you were around. Yep. And how's it gone so far? Unless you're like sorry to your free time, because that I do understand. That your old gray big brick Game Boy used batteries a lot when you got an AC adapter eventually and the batteries leaked. Oh no. It's unusable if you plugged in the AC. That sucks. Technology has gotten better since then, though. Man, that's something I don't miss about everything being powered by shitty old-fashioned batteries was, like, the batteries breaking and leaking. Don't miss that at all. I had that happen to a... Never had that happen to a Game Boy, but I did have that happen to this mechanical, like, pinball maze game thing that I had that had little lights in the background. They had tiny little lights in the background and little score counter that was kept by batteries. And I put a pair of batteries in and I used it for like 2 hours and the batteries leaked because they were oldish batteries that had been sitting in a drawer for like a year or two. I'm just happy that battery technology has gotten to a point where that just kind of doesn't happen anymore. Huh. So, chat, are you a Star Trek nerd? Because Brent Spinner is going to be in Picard, season 3. Data's back. He literally just fucking tweeted it. And linked to this, the cast list. Which obviously I can't show, but here's a link. Into space sci-fi? I don't understand how people can't be into space sci-fi. It's only like literally the best shit in the world. But I get you. It's only that you've spent the better part of the interim time working on work and oriented stuff on your personal PC, so you have yet to run the game. Okay, I mean, that's fair. We're roaming wikis in the meantime. Gotcha. Well, if you need help, or if you need resources, or you need pointers or instruction, just yell at us and we can help. I will do my damnedest. You're not very close to that. Fair enough. It's like my childhood. Although I haven't watched a single episode of Picard because I don't have access to that streaming service. But I will watch it eventually. Frog for Hire, thanks for the 13th month. You know what makes me sad? Is they're removing all of Star Trek from Netflix. So it's like, I could sit down and watch all of Star Trek, but it's just kind of made me grumble. Also, hi Woot Woot. Sorry for just like vanishing the second you tuned in last. What's the best thing off of this world? True. And there, you know, oddly enough, there's a lot more stuff that's not on our world than stuff that is on our world. You don't recommend it? I'll watch it eventually. I don't care how bad it is. Just like I watched Enterprise eventually. But I'll watch it eventually once it's like either finished or has gotten to the point that every Star Trek show gets to, which is the point where it starts getting its defenders and fans. Like, you know, everybody hated Discovery for the first week, and then now finally people are coming around on Discovery going, Discovery's all right. So I don't know. The world is not the best thing in space. This is true. It's hard to binge Star Trek. The inconsistent writing really pops out without a week between the episodes. Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, Star Trek's always had inconsistent writing, though. Like, even since the beginning. Like, just, I don't know. I've not had any of a hard time finding defenders for Discovery. Picard, yes. Discovery, no. Lots of people like Discovery. Every time I ask Twitter how Discovery's going, it's like a solid 60-40 of people who love it and people who hate it. Buy Netflix? Yeah. No, absolutely, Cyrillac. Well, I will keep subscribing to Netflix, mostly because my parents use it. My aunt and uncle uses my account as well, and I use it to watch, what's it called? All of the crime documentaries. So as long as they keep putting up true crime documentaries, I will keep my Netflix account, but yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. It's all going over to Paramount Plus, I think. Yeah, same. Frogfire, same. Because I was waiting for Discovery to be done, but... Because that's how I like to watch Star Trek, once it's finished. But also, how was your weekend, Frogfire? How you doing? Good to see you. If you're a fan of the older shows, don't bother. They're disappointing. I rewatched the first two seasons of Next Gen. The first two seasons of Next Gen has, like, 3 good episodes. Maybe. So, I don't know. I'm totally accepting of the first season or 2 of a Star Trek series to be bad. Because they usually are. Low boots. New mayor wants low boots? Alright. Please define ketchup. Anything you buy in a store that says ketchup on it. I just hate ketchup, so ketchup is illegal in my Discord. It's like, you know how everybody has like that, a few things that they irrationally dislike in foodstuffs from their childhood? I want to throw up if I'm in the same room with ketchup. And this comes from somebody who worked full-time night shift at McDonald's for about, well, not full-time, but full-time for about 4 years, and night shift at a hole for about 8. I've spent my fair share of time around ketchup, and frankly, I never want to be around it ever again. I think that stuff is kind of vomit-inducingly disgusting. Everybody has, like, one thing that they really hate in food, unless you're an alien and don't belong on this earth or have taste. So I genuinely think that ketchup is disgusting. So just keep ketchup off my Discord. Any questions? Also, if anybody gives me money on Patreon, could you type in ! ketchup? Very helpful. You liked to see most of season 2 of Discovery? That's what I heard about Discovery, is like the first season was bad. The second season was significantly better. And I haven't heard much about anything after that. Welcome back, Philin. You can stomach a lot of things, but kidneys are one of the things that make you want to proper retch. Wait, what? Kidneys? You mean ketchup? What? Or did I miss something? I mean, I know, but why are we talking about kidneys all of a sudden? Oh, because, like, we all have one thing that we don't like? I can't say I've ever eaten kidney outside of, like, sausage. But that's tomato paste, not ketchup. I probably wouldn't eat it either because I don't like tomato with sugar added. So if you're adding sugar to tomato, get out. And I'm not here to argue semantics with you. Ketchup is illegal. Shut up. Like, quite literally. Like, the thought of this stuff makes me want to throw up. Like, so unless you want me to get annoyed and projectile vomit, it's illegal. Fuck off.
Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
There we go. Okay. With that aside, I mean, it's just like Star Trek Next Generation benefited from the creator dying. Or going senile and fucking off. You don't like soups? Fair enough. Do you want me to ban you, Magna? I said drop the subject. I'm not going to ban you, don't worry. But, like, there is no argument here. Ketchup is illegal. Andrew, the confusing thing about on-realm when you make clothes and do they come and get it like DF? I have no idea. I still haven't figured that shit out yet. I'll be honest with you. If you figure out, you let me know, please. Thank you. That'd be great. Conversational inertia, something like that. Conversation lubricant. But at the end of the day, the only place that law applies is in my Twitch chat and in my Discord. You can do what you want with your ketchup in your own home to your heart's content. Just keep it very far away from me. Please and thank you. Why did you start the count over, Bastet? I'm so confused. Oh, because there was a bra between the 1 and the 2. Okay, I get it. You couldn't figure out how to get them to pick up things at the edge of the map from the trader. You need to make a stockpile for it. Homemade tomato paste is homemade tomato paste. Ketchup is ketchup. Like, I actually made tomato paste the other day as part of a tomato soup mix that I make, but I ain't putting any sugar in that shit. The problem for me is, like, the combination of either high fructose corn syrup or sugar added to tomato. If you're putting sugar of any type into tomato, that combination of flavors makes me want to throw up. It smells and tastes like stomach acid to me. I cannot stand it. It's this weird, like, it's perplexed my parents their entire lives because I haven't liked it since I was a small child. Like, they gave it to me as like an infant and I would spit it out. Like, I always hated it and I've never liked it to the point where, like, if there's ketchup in the fridge, and also vinegar. It's vinegar, sugar, and tomato that I don't like in a combo pack. And those fruit ketchups have the same problem that Magna mentioned. So it's like those three things in concert with each other. Like, I like each one of those things individually. Sugar's fine, vinegar's fine, and tomato's fine. But those three things in combination in any portion, no matter how fancy or special it is, just makes me want to throw up. It just, I can't logic it. It's just an illogical response that I have to it. So some people are illogically afraid of the dark. I'm irrationally disgusted by ketchup. 3 more crutches. Hello, Lurker. Question about Dwarf Fortress. You have a dwarf fishing, and he's catching fish and putting them down next to him. How do you get him to move it? Okay. Well, you need a... Whoops. I need to hit the right hotkey. You need a fishery, which is this. You need a dwarf with the fish cleaner job, so they will bring the fish to the fishery. And then after the fish is used at the or made into, like, prepared fish at the fishery, then it can be put into a food stockpile. Otherwise, you need to make a specific stockpile for it, for the specific types of fish, which I think is like corpses and refuse, because they're technically dead animal. I'm not actually sure what the raw fish is, what stockpile the raw fishes go into, but you need a fishery, and then at that point they can either be eaten or turned into meals at the kitchen. So if you're cooking meals in the kitchen, then they can do that. It's not good for your health, and neither is ketchup. No. You understand now, please? Excuse the discomfort. It's the reason it's illegal. It's all good. About what a borscht with sugar would taste like? I mean, I make borscht. I made borscht not last weekend, but the weekend before. That first weekend that I took off, I made borscht. But bad would be my guess. Savory, not sweet. Come on, please. I make borscht because my Oma showed me how to make that shit when I was, like, small child. Wee lad. Speaking of things that are good for your health. See, the thing is, I don't really like sour cream, so I don't put sour cream on my borscht. That's another thing that I don't like it. I'll eat it. Like, the difference between me and ketchup, if you give me something with ketchup on it, odds are pretty good I won't eat it. If you give me something with sour cream on it, I'll eat it. It's not my favorite. So if I'm making borscht, I don't put sour cream on it. But, yeah. You know what I want to do this year? Just because I might... Okay, so high hopes here. I'll know by the end of this month if we got it or not, but me and my mom have applied for a plot in a community garden, which is a huge, like, chunk of growing land in the middle of a public park not too far away from where I live. And if we get it, one of the things I want to grow is cabbage. If I grow cabbage, I want to make kraut, and I want to make kimchi. Those are the 2 things I want to make. We'll see. There's a so-called green borscht that is eaten cold. I've eaten normal borscht cold before. It's not so bad. But the reason I did that was because I made it and I had it in a container. I took it to work and I didn't have time to heat it up. But yes, but Frog for Hire. But you don't have to use the traditional correct cabbage to make kimchi. You can make it with just normal green cabbage. I've done that before with store-bought cabbage. It's not bad. Got a different texture to it in the end, but it's the same outcome. Gonna have so much borscht and kraut, so much cheap beer. I used to produce a lot of, or I used to make some content with a dude from Germany who would drive across the border into Poland just to buy beer because of how much cheaper it was, and sent me the equivalents of how much it costs for, like, a bottle of beer versus, like, beer costs here. It's like beer is like 1/10 of the price. So much cheap beer. I hope you have a good trip over Easter, though, Donna Minstrel. I'm sure you've earned it after all of the grading you've had to do. Crutches, 1 low boot. People who add sugar to just full stop. You're still not done? I'm sure you're earning the vacation. after all of the grading that you are currently working on. What is that? Ah, God damn it. Those goddamn Jasper opals. What? And a pick. My God. Because you have no idea how it will taste. If something is basic like a burger with ketchup, sorry streamer, then okay, I will eat it, but I won't order something like a cheese sauce or fries. I mean, I'm fine with sauces usually, but there are certain types of sauces that I am not a fan of. It's like I'm not a fan of mayonnaise. I'll eat something with mayonnaise on it, but I prefer mayonnaise as an ingredient. Same with like sour cream. It's like I like sour cream, but I like sour cream as an additive to something else. I don't really like like a glob of sour cream on its own. A glob of sour cream on its own is just kind of gross to me. And then there are people who will try to intentionally gross me out when I talk about shit like this. Please just don't do that. Oh, I love garlic aioli. Garlic aioli is amazing. Mayo I mean, even like Chipotle mayo is amazing, or a habanero mayo, or a spicy mayo is good. I just don't like plain mayo. Plain mayo it's like nothing. No, not really. It needs to be mixed with something. Like if it's just straight Magna, like if it's handed to me, like if you hand me a burrito that's full of sour cream, okay, fuck it, I'll eat it. If I'm making a burrito and sour cream is on the table as one of the things I could put in my burrito, I'm not going to put sour cream in my burrito. That's kind of my take. It's like I'm an adult. As much as I despise ketchup, I will eat ketchup too if I'm starving and it's in front of me. But like I won't enjoy it at all. I'll want to die during the process, but I'll eat it. Well, I mean, the US also think that putting high fructose corn syrup into everything is a good idea, so I'm not going to trust any of their food policies, frankly. Rock for hire. It's nothing personal. It's nothing against you in particular, but... Garlic and oil is a traditional sauce in the Mediterranean part. Spain. First time you hear the international form? I mean, you can thank all of the Spaniards who came over here, who put mayo into aioli. But if I'm making my own, I don't put mayo in it. Okay. Making all the things that they're demanding. Continuing to mine through to make more blocks. You're gonna go see if there's something you can snack on. Yeah, I don't know why we're talking about all this. I mean, what would you prefer, food or war crimes? Because those are kind of the two things on my mind currently. Like honestly, at this point, I think the food discussion's probably preferable. Most people here. Swept garlic oil sauce. Garlic oil and sauce with a little bit of mayo and the egg, which is French. Yeah. Pros and super pros do it without egg. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to explain my food pickiness because like I'm not a picky eater. It's like there's two things that I'm picky about, and that's mayo and ketchup, and maybe sour cream. We're already talking about food crimes? What crime involving food have we spoken of today? Nobody's come in here and said that they put, like, I don't know, fucking... I don't know. Eat what you want to eat. I'm not gonna fucking judge you. Put anchovies and peanut butter on your pizza and fuck off if it makes you happy. Rather you do that than shoot somebody, you know? Commit food crimes, not war crimes. That's my stance. Murder using a baguette? That practically happens in one of the Pink Panther movies. I like how you go, anchovies. Nobody said anything about peanut butter on pizza. I used to... Okay, so one of my old scout leaders, when I was younger, who later ran for mayor of my town, oddly enough, and didn't even come remotely close to getting elected, used to swear by anchovy and peanut butter sandwiches, which is why I put those two together in my brain. In that statement. The humans have arrived. To trade, most likely, I would assume. Yep. They brought merchants and wagons are probably showing up too. Here they come. Yep. It's good to see them as per usual. Hey, Dilla. Humans, not humans. Humans are what cats call humans. Human is a human from Dwarf Fortress. Because they're all U's. You see? It's a U. A human. You just ignored that you mentioned PB on pizza because you didn't want to feed the troll. I mean, fair enough. To be fair, with that statement, I'm feeding trolls pretty heavily. But I respect the desire to not feed the trolls. PB, peanut butter. Please be point blank, pop bandana, I don't know. But PB is peanut butter. So someone says PB and J, it's peanut butter and jelly or peanut butter and jam. Another thing I don't generally ever eat, but don't dislike in any way is jam. I never eat jam. Chat, what's your favorite thing to put on toast? Honey and almond butter. Let's fucking go. My favorite thing to put on toast. Never eaten a toast? But have you ever been toast? Because I mean that's the important question is. Butter and salt on yours or garlic and salt? I really like putting raw onion on toast actually. You like putting cheese and pickled cucumber on toast? Ooh. Wait, isn't that just a pickle? Like, I've never heard someone specify pickled cucumber before. You love buttered toast, or you like to use a scoop of parts of the meal, like a runny yolk or baked beans? Mia, fair. Idla says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Well, I'm just gonna go back to requesting all of the metal because that's what we need. We have stuff for casts now. You know that kvass is like fermented bread, right? Frog? Like you can buy that stuff here too, but there's actually a shop close to me that will sell fermented bottled rye bread, which is very tasty. I mean, if we're talking about Spain, I would assume olive oil. Do they make other oils in Spain? Idilla says, again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Although I'm going to be a hipster here for a second and say a little bit of butter or butter equivalent, avocado oil and sliced avocado with salt and pepper. Best toast to have in the morning. Runny egg on top. Can't beat it. You never had kvass? I have. There's like so many international shops here. Me and a friend have a habit of like getting drunk and then just going into random shop and buying things that look strange and drinking it. And kvass is pretty good. I drink it. Fried eggs are so versatile. Eggs are so versatile. If you leave them long enough, they become a chicken. Humans, you got stuck halfway. You okay there? Why would you drink oil? What? How do you concern? Oh, fermented bread? It's literally, it's like soda, basically. I mean, hold on. Like, if wine is fermented berries, kvass is fermented bread. Like, looks like this. Looks kind of like a beer-ish thing. But yeah, it's like fermenting bread. It's like, what do you do with bread when it goes moldy? Yeah, well, in Russia, they ferment it. Yeah, it's pretty good. The kvass I've had is darker. It's like this. What it looks like. It's also like really, really, really low in alcohol. Like it's like 0.5% or something. But it does have alcohol in it. It's just very low. Did you blow up a bottle? Because that's what I feel like would happen if I tried to make kvass. Does that have? Bread. It tastes like bread. That's the only way to explain it. It tastes like bread. Like, it's like a very grainy, fizzy drink. It's not very sweet. It's very grainy. But, like, it's nice. I like it. It's like, if you, like, imagine a nice rye bread in beverage form. That's what it tastes like. Not the weirdest tasting thing ever. I think the weirdest thing I've ever tasted was cheeseburger potato chips made by Lay's. That is the weirdest flavor I've ever had out of a thing. But gets more fizzy with time. Ooh. Very low alcohol percent, yep. I've thought about trying to make my own kombucha recently because, like, I have the jars. I could do it. Reuben potato chips? It must be pretty similar to the cheeseburger potato chips. The cheeseburger potato chips just tasted and smelled like McDonald's. It was very strange. Okay, we're just waiting for our broker to get down here. We've got so much stuff to sell because I had some dwarves die of old age this spring, so Cheeseburger Pringles. Huh. Because Pringles are just weird. They're like, Pringles are like the late stage capitalism of chips. Like they're so far removed from potato chips that they're not even potato chips anymore. It's like pureed potato formed into chip shape. It's like there's sliced potato, there's like potatoes mixed with things, and then there's potato puree put into a mold in a factory. It's like the idiocracy of chips. All right. Just gonna buy all of these bars. The late stage capitalism of chips. All right, I will archive that into the quotes for you, friend. I have no idea what quote number this is, but that's been added as a new quote. Okay. 357? Nope. Okay, I don't even know. Oh, 360, I see. $360. There you go. See, I've had salmaki and I've had licorice. Proper licorice is incredible. I don't even know what that is, Philin. I need to Google it. Salmaki is very easy to find here, actually. Believe it or not. The deep fried turnover with a filling of minced meat and onions. This looks like something I've eaten before, but I don't think it's this version. I have no idea how you're supposed to say it, Philin, but this looks like something I've eaten before. Like, that looks like I'm pretty sure I've had that before. Pretty sure. Because there's an Eastern European bakery close to here, which is also where I buy the kvass, actually. That has a whole bunch of baked goods, and I've bought random shit from there while drunk. And munched on them on the way home before. Not since, like, I don't know, pre-2019, so it's been a long time, but they're still open in there. I just haven't been in there in a long time, mostly because the bar that was across the street from it closed and then reopened, and I hate the management now, so I don't ever go there anymore. Beer selection went from great to terrible, so. Quite a bit like Japanese gyoza, like big gyoza. Like, except, like, gyoza isn't deep fried, necessarily. It also kind of looks like several of the various East Indian pastries, actually. Like, that style of pastry is quite common, but... This is a good tweet. An Elon Musk quote. Please like me. By Elon Musk. Please, 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 please. Please like me. Or when you want your mouth to smell like onions. That or the German bakeries. German bakeries have almost as many. I'm just gonna post this on sub chat on Discord. It's funny. And also in chat if you guys want it. I mean, as a single dude, I don't need anybody to care about what my breath smells like, so damn straight, if I want to smell like onions, I can smell like onions, okay? What else I need from you? Not really. Pick. Non-dessert pies? You need more, like, ethnic foods in your area, then. Also, Kumi's, hello. You need more, like, fancy, like, European and / ethnic bakeries in your area, then. Because, like, so that bakery that I was referring to, like, you can just order stuff bulk from them and just go pick it up. There's also this German bakery that's downtown that I go to sometimes, but it's not really worth the 45-minute train trip. But they will just make like any German pastry for you. Like, they only have like the basics like in their window at any time, but you phone them and just be like, spend 6 hours making a thing. They'll make it for you. It's not cheap, but your town has a 20K population. All right, well, at least 200 people need to open fucking bakeries then. Come on. Chop, chop. It's the important thing. It's like, there's 2 things that every decent town worth their shit needs. Weird bakeries from around the planet and a grocery store and a coffee shop. As long as you have, like, those 4 things, you're qualified as a town. Otherwise, you're not a town yet. So, like, get to it, Disco. Go open up a bakery. Come on. Is the bollocks? So, bollocks is a negative thing, generally in English. Are you referring to it as being, like, a good thing or a bad thing? Because I'm not sure what you mean. Because, like, if we're talking about food we like, this is garbage is basically what you just said. Unless you're trying to say this is the shit, in which case that's a good thing, because fucking English is a clusterfuck. And you barely have 10K people. The town that I grew up in primarily was about 30,000 people. It's up to close to 50,000 now. But when I lived there, they thought it was a good idea to open 3 grocery stores in 1 year, and one of them was open 24 hours, which was a complete and utter waste of fucking time. The only benefit of it being open at 24 hours was if I was bored at work on the night shift, I could leave on my lunch break and buy a cake, which is something I did a couple of times. Like, it was my coworker's birthday, and I was like, well, it's my lunch break. I got 30 minutes. I ran across the street, come back with a 6-pack of Red Bull and a full-size cake, and I just put it on the counter. We all just sat there and ate cake with forks. It was good. The bollocks is good, just bollocks is bad. Never heard the word bollocks used in a positive sense. Bollocks is like the word that you use when you stub your toe. That's it. But fair enough. Welcome to Albania, dude. You are all grocery stores, coffee shops, and a lot of bakeries. I should go to Albania, I guess. Yes. But no, one of the reasons I like living in the shitty part of town is rent is cheap. You know what you get when rent is cheap? All of the ethnic bakeries and places that like wouldn't normally be able to afford a shit ton of money to open a fancy restaurant somewhere wealthy, right? So around here, it's like there's all of the Iranian restaurants, all of the there's like a whole strip of Syrian food like just up the street from me. It's like not even, it's like maybe 500 meters up the road. There's like this little strip mall, which is like a tile store that sells like floor tiling, and there's a roofing place, and then like 5 tiny Syrian restaurants with like 2 tables each. It's fantastic. And this massive doner kebab place that has like 1 billion dudes standing outside smoking, watching football all the time. By football, I mean like European football, soccer, or whatever you want to call it. And that's where you get the good coffee. It's probably the best espresso I can get around here. Although, general, like, fresh coffee, I want to go to a coffee shop, but they do have the best espresso. Yes, baklava, not to be confused with balaclava, which a lot of people confuse around here. Yes, I have. Although I'm really sad because, like, the Polish food area got completely blasted by the pandemic. There was this area up by 22nd Street SkyTrain station that had, it's like 3 or 4 in, like, a few blocks space, family-owned Polish restaurants, and I think only one of them is still open. But that is like the worst service I've ever, like every single one of those is like that I've been to, and I went to 3 of them. Every single one was the worst service and the best food I think I've ever had at a restaurant. You walk in and you sit down and they're like, they look at you like, why the fuck are you in here? You're not Polish, get out. It's like the closest I think I've ever come to just being told to leave by a restaurant owner because they were annoyed with me just for existing. Like, I asked a question about like something on the menu and he just looked at me and was like, well, if you don't like it, you can get out. I was like, I'll have this one. But the food, great. The one grocery store you go to sells these small, insanely expensive boxes of Middle Eastern goodies and real damn good, but cost an arm and a half. Sometimes you just need to pay a foot, you know? Cutest lives in Russia, so I would assume Cutest knows Russian. Also, just for clarity's sake, for those of you who speak other languages, I don't care what language you speak in my chat, just be civil. I'll figure it out. If I can't read it, I can't read it. Someone here can, and they'll tell me if you're being rude. All right. Not a bad trading sesh. Managed to clear out a lot of these. So you know how I keep on complaining that Odd Realm doesn't have enough music? Waylon just posted a music teaser on the on his Patreon. They're coming. I'm excited. I can ban you for being an ass in Russian. You know, ironically, I think we've only had people show up and just be an ass in Russian once, and that was because I got raided by a Russian troll YouTuber. Just randomly out of nowhere, there was like 1,000 people just like calling me a stupid American in my chat, and I'm like, you know, I'm Canadian, right? It's just like, Although they were being significantly less polite than that. Stupid American is like the, you know, nice way of saying it. This was years ago, though. I was just kind of perplexed because I was just, I want to say it was like at the beginning of 2020, because I was just like sitting here listening to records, and then suddenly like there was 500 people in my chat just like cursing at me. I was like, what happened? What did I do? It's like the most amused I've been by a trolling effort, I mean, maybe in years. Let's buy a toy hammer for the kids. Why not? You Omega Zeta, you don't see this room because you're not subbed to the channel, but you should see half the shit that me and Cutest yell about in the subsection of Discord. It's just like all of the politics and the burning of the planet. We're all gonna fucking die. I mean, I wouldn't know how to say it, but I know what the translation is, Tyga. Because I translated it. It was weird because I got more views on my Twitch channel that day than I did for the rest of the month. It was like in that one day when I got hit by that troll account, it's like I got 11,000 views on my channel that day because of like a couple hundred people piling in all at once at a time. Like, the stream that hit me had, like, 8,000 people watching or something. And they kept making new accounts, but I just turned on follower-only chat after a minute and sorted it out. I'm sure, like, I mean, if you want to learn Russian curses, just go play Counter-Strike for a few hours. That's where I learned mine. But I don't think we need that assistance. I appreciate the offer, though. CSGO, Dota 2, League of Legends, you know. Although, actually, as a Canadian on the west coast of Canada, it's more likely that I will find or encounter Brazilian curses than Russian. Just because there are more Brazilians on the servers that I would frequent than Russians, because Russians get lower ping in the Asia servers, so they usually go there. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the entire planet collectively understands Russian warship, go fuck yourself in Ukrainian at this point. Rush B is probably a slur at this point. So that's my favorite reference in Jupiter Hell, which is the Deagle. Most often used by terrorists, and mostly when they rush B. Where do Russians get the highest ping, though? I have no idea. I ain't Russian. Probably whatever servers on the opposite end of the world from them. But, like, anybody who's in East Russia would get lower ping on, like, a server in Japan than they would on a server in Canada. Like, if you're playing Counter-Strike, I'm less likely to run into somebody speaking Russian for that reason. Whereas, like, Central American servers, like servers in the middle of the US or Eastern or Western US, are more likely to have people in South America. All right, we need one more pick, and not 1 and 2. One more pick and two more picks and one more crutch. Crutch. One. I get that backwards. Yay! That's what I was wondering, Fenian. You alright there? You need help? Although at this point, I just want people to stop shooting at each other so that we can all just unironically be friends again. Your key not responding. Well, curse is the perfect word to be typing when your keyboard is not responding. I will put it out there. Exporter of sunflower seeds in Europe. Ironically, I bought sunflower seeds to put in my oatmeal, which were grown in Ukraine, which I realized this morning when I looked at the back of them and was trying to figure out the carb counts on them. So... Speaking of Russia, hey Cooler, hope you're doing well. Usually when Cooler types Cryptalurk in my chat, it means that he's sending me art. Are you sending me art, Cooler, or are you just saying that someone needs to gift you a sub again? Because if anybody's feeling generous, Cooler needs the ability to use his own art. Just saying. I don't even know what that is, Dylan. Although the most frustrating thing for me is Cooler SK, who does the art for this Twitch channel. I can't pay him until people stop shooting at each other. Because if I pay him for art, then I'm technically breaking international sanctions, which is maybe not wise. Cyralac, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Cooler. Here. like a mini pancake? Why would you die? Why would you get poisoned? Or is your sister just bad at cooking? I don't know why your life would be at threat for that. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Cyrolac being super kind and gifting a sub in the channel? Also, I just want to throw out a little congrats to the community here for helping this fundraiser get up to 1,050 bucks. I bumped it up by 50 bucks this morning. If anybody's feeling generous, this is just going to keep going until it needs to stop, so just saying. Point is, you have no idea. Well, I mean, if your sister's bad at cooking, then I too worry for your health and safety. But mini pancakes, I feel like would be hard to screw up, I would say. Humans are leaving. Time of year, midsummer. So when we roll over to fall, I will shut the fountains off. Also, hey, Pigfinite. Hope you're doing well. You're not old enough to have beer? Yeah, then you shouldn't have beer. You know, although I will say this, I don't know what the drinking age where you're at is, but this is a 19+ channel, so if you're not old enough to have beer, at the very least in Canada, which the drinking age is 19, technically you're not supposed to be watching this channel, so don't say that too loudly. It's fine, though. Hold on. I'll tell you in a sec. 382 years. We're in the 382nd year. 18 in Russia. Okay, yeah, then you're definitely not old enough to watch my stream. That's fine though. You know, just don't say it too loudly. It's because I say dirty curse words like butts and penis sometimes. So, because of that, I have to have the explicit warning on my stream because I curse. Which I've always found to be a little bit funny, I'm not gonna lie. Take it to her friend's house and then the wife out for dinner. You have a good afternoon, Cyrolac. Where is this warning at? It pops up when you first tune into the stream the first time and you have to click OK, which means you probably did at some point, absentmindedly. It's like a full screen pop that says, warning, this stream may contain explicit content. You also have to have that warning on if you're playing M-rated games, which like 90% of Twitch doesn't have, so it's fine. Not a huge deal, like I said. Continuing to mine out that blue stuff. Also, hi, Casey. I mean, I play games that, unless you're over 18, you probably haven't heard of. Although I would argue that Dwarf Fortress is less violent than, like, let's just say, Fortnite? You know? You got a meeting. Speaking of meetings, Taylor, just a heads up. Because the mayor died in the fortress, you're the mayor now. How many levels to the bottom? We've dug down to... We have like another 50 layers to get to the bottom. To actually get down to, all the way to the bottom. I haven't dug down to the 3rd layer yet. Just haven't bothered. There's more cursing in your class than an Irish pub. Yeah, that checks out. There's actually not that much cursing in Irish pubs. I mean, no more than normal conversation anyway, around here. Depending on the school, there might be more. How do you cope in the hell layer? Do you want me to actually tell you? I have a video on this, or I can just tell you. You gotta dig deeply and greedily in the valley. Actually, you have to reenact the Dwarf Fortress intro. You have to dig through the very light blue stuff. That's very light and shiny. And just dig through all of it. You'll find hell. School children sweat like sailors who got their dick caught in a fly. I'm not sure what you mean by fly in this sentence. Like what? I can tell that you are enjoying your new career as school teacher. As a wartime school teacher. Oh, like, in there. Okay, I get it. I was imagining like a bug. Because you said in a fly and not in their fly. If you said in their fly, then I'd be like, oh, well, you did. Yeah, okay, that's your I get it. English. This dwarf needs to work out because they're depressed. Like I had a very strange mental image for a second there. I was like, how would you get your... you know what? Not gonna worry about it. Was my initial response, but... This is one of those, like, how the fuck did we end up at this conversation moments? Like, seriously, how the fuck did we end up at this conversation? You know, you want to know what's the best part about this? We're already talking about children getting their dicks caught in their fly, and I've only been streaming for 3 hours. We got like 10 hours left. Ay, 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 ay. Kids are mainly fine except for one grade who just flat out ignore the IT class. You should show them where the games are in Excel. You got the emote? I mean, if you get lucky, you might get gifted subs, but we'll see. We'll see, of course. Depends on how generous Twitch chat decides to be today. Weirder things have happened. I should really make unlocking my emotes less expensive. It was really obnoxious that first day. But the unlocking of emotes was a thing that was added into Twitch, so I disabled it. But I might re-enable it. Although I still need to set up follower emotes because I got access to follower emotes really recently. Everybody else got them like all the way last year, but I didn't get them until like 2 weeks ago or something, and now I feel bad asking Cooler for art. I can't pay him. Outside of, I guess, technically crypto, but even. Principal just told you to give them a test that's easy enough for a loaf of bread to solve. Yeah, I mean, Excel is boring as shit for adults to learn. Let alone kids who don't understand why it's important for them to know what Excel does. But Excel does kind of, I don't know. You know, now that I actually think about it, messing around in Excel can get entertaining times. Once you know all the little tricks and automations within Excel, it's actually not the worst software to just fuck around in. People think you're a god at work. Yeah, there are some people that can work some fucking black magic in Excel. Only the original one? Is this inside of a mountain? Sort of. I mean, here. Hold up. How's this? But sort of inside of a mountain. It's a surface fort with a big old pit in the middle. And we're at the bottom of a giant pit. But yeah, no, it's just a giant hole in the ground, which took me 30 in-game years to dig because we started this fortress at the beginning of 2020. Or August 2020, halfway through 2020. August 2020 was when we started this fort. Currently, I think 50. 47. Very low number because this fortress is so old. Because you stop getting migrant waves after you hit 3,000 dead, and we haven't had a migrant wave since like year 120. And this fortress is 382 years old. That's too accurate, Dylan. But yeah, the population of this fort is very low because this fort's the whole point of this fort is we're trying to make the oldest fort ever to be legitimately played from end to end. So we're trying to keep up with the legendary Arch Crystal and eventually surpass it, which was retired at year 500. The whole pitch of this fortress when we originally started it was we wanted to get to year 1000, which is still the goal. Don't you have any invaders? Not if you know how to avoid them. We got invaded twice. We had 2 sieges at the beginning of the fort, but haven't been sieged since. We're at peace with the elves. Well, technically we're at peace with one elven faction. We're supposedly at war with another one, but they've never actually attacked us. These elves up here are at war with us, allegedly. Shoutouts to an anonymous gifter for gifting a sub to Taiga. Thank you very much, Anna. Enjoy the ad-free viewing once again, Taiga. Unless you figured out how to block them, which damn straight you should have. But yeah, these guys are apparently at war with us, but they've never attacked us. There are these goblins down here that are unaware of our existence, and then there's these ones behind my camera that we are at war with, but haven't invaded me since the first few hundred years. Also, my dwarven faction has like taken over this pit entirely, which is funny because I think that goblin pit, that goblin pit has a higher population than my mountain home, which I think is very funny. But yeah, no. So the game kind of forgets how to work at a point. Go attack them? Absolutely not. The whole point of this fortress is, like, we're trying to maintain peace because that is the best way to not die in our fortress. And the whole point of this fortress is to keep it alive. So, I mean, like, you know, if I jump back up to the surface, like, just... We've built all sorts of ridiculously large things, and I don't want to lose this fort. But, we will invade people eventually, probably after year 500. We'll dig down to hell and do all that stuff eventually as well, but, you know, after I finish with this, and although hell will probably be year, like, 1004, so that we only have 1 year left. Like, this is where we put all of the dead. I mean, this is the maze that I made because I was bored. I power the tube of lava that goes down to the center of the earth. You know, it's big. Never found anybody who plays. You just gotta dig deeper. Woot woot! Thank you very much for gifting 3 months of subscription to Omega Zeta. Congratulations, you have 3 months of beer. I don't know how you're gonna drink all of that, but that's a lot of beer. You know, the magma forges, all that jazz. But yeah, no, there's dozens of us. I mean, I've seen you streaming this, so outside of me, there's like about 4 channels that regularly stream this. I'm just probably the most consistent. Although less consistent now, because I only stream 3 days a week now. It's still like 3 streams a week. But thank you very much, Woot. Here's. But yeah, I mean, if you want to find people who play this, stare at the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. There's, like I said, there's at least a dozen of us. Just more concentrated now? Yeah, I'm just like a more condensed format of me. Just don't get it? I don't know what language you stream in, but post your stream on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. You'll get people pop in. It is a difficult game to stream. I mean, like, when I started streaming this, it was a good, like, 3 months before a lot of my regulars kind of had that balloon brain moment of, like, I understand. But then, like, you know, I think part of it is also, like, using a tile set that people can recognize. Like, if I had my choice of things, I would just play, like, vanilla ASCII with, like, modified colors, right? Well, I'd probably use square ASCII instead of the rectangle garbage that is this. But if you use a tile set that's more easy for a person who isn't playing the game to comprehend, that removes a lot of the annoyances. No, because I haven't dug down to the 3rd cavern layer yet. I've been in this fortress for 300 years, and we haven't dug down to the 3rd cavern layer yet. Yes, I know I'm taking forever. Yes, I'll get there eventually. But, like, I mean, my other fortress that I have, or my other world that I have an adamantine warhammer that is an artifact, so... You know. But yeah, the reason I use this graphics pack is because this is based on Krug Smash's tile set. And Krug Smash has a large enough audience that people just show up from his channel sometimes, and people are just like, hey, I recognize this tile set, so that's why I use this tile set. Yeah, I mean, like, even if you just, as long as it's not the default ASCII, it's like the default ASCII tile set, like the curses font, that's the problem, I think, for most people. Yeah, which is why I use this tile set. Like, I don't use this tile set because it's my favorite tile set. I use this tile set because people recognize it. That's why I use it. It's like the same reason a lot of people use, like, Vetelinger or Space Fox or Humble or any of the other, like, more popular tile sets, because it's like, Like I find the graphical ones hard to follow personally, so I like this kind of thing. But use Vetelinger. Yeah, I mean it's people use the, especially for streaming, the more visually appealing tile set, or like Obsidian, you know, like a really common one, because like you use what your audience is going to recognize the most. I mean, I'll use the Steam tile set as soon as it releases. But yeah, when it comes to streaming DF, streamers are more than welcome to post their streams on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, and if you're trying to get into streaming DF, just post your stream up there. People will show up. You use the word soon very loosely because time is relative. Time is subjective, actually, not relative. I realize that time is actually relative and not subjective, but time is subjective is what the Steam page says. That being said, if we're lucky, it'll be out this year, so fingers crossed. But that being said, there is a community for streaming Dwarf Fortress. It's just small. It's like the biggest people that stream this game infrequently are probably Quill18 and Russ Money, and then that one Russian channel, whose name's in Russian, so I can't read it. And I'm probably the most consistent. There's also Blue Zest. There's RNG. Salford Sal comes over here sometimes. Yeah, there's at least a dozen of us. Streaming it in English is going to be a challenge. I mean, yeah. Fuck, what was his name? Was it Chico Nobrico? I was streaming it for a little bit. In Spanish, I think? There's that one channel that streams in German sometimes. They're still pretty new. Yeah, I mean, the thing I always tell people is, like, just don't worry about streaming. Just tell your friends to play the damn game. I missed a tile. I missed a tile! Oh my god. I mean, like, I find streaming adventure mode very difficult. Fortress mode, not so much. Adventure mode, I do find very, very, very difficult, though. Yeah, I don't know what is even going on with KSP2. The thing that always bothers me, though, is when I see people saying, like, the standard joke of, my great-great-grandchildren might be able to play Star Citizen and Dwarf Fortress one day. And it's like, okay, number one, Dwarf Fortress is free. You can play it right now. Number two, Star Citizen is also free to play, and you can play it right now. Does it run well? Absolutely not. But you can play it. What's stopping you? There's so many people who are just like, because it's not available on Steam or Good Old Games or Epic Game Store, it doesn't exist. It's like, none of this is true. Just fucking go download and play it. If you really, really want to, you can. It's just, people seem to think that if it's not on Steam, it doesn't exist. It's like, Star Citizen has free-to-play weekends all the time, and if you get in on a free-to-play weekend, you can play. Otherwise, you need to buy, it's like a $20 ship package or something. So expensive. But if you really do want to play Star Citizen, you can just play Star Citizen. I don't know if I'd recommend it, because it is a cash hole nightmare, but you can. And they do like when they do a free weekend, basically what they do is they give away the ship package. Basically, they make that buy-in portion free. You know. Also, if you are learning Dwarf Fortress, and like what Aqua just said, if you post your stream on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit and say that you're learning and ask for help, you'll get a bunch of people just like going, all right, so this is the link on the wiki that you need. Because people who play Dwarf Fortress are very helpful generally. Except for that one guy who's like, noob! And everybody else is like, and then we move on with our lives. How many did you say? 2 or 3? Fuck. 2. Okay. Goddamn king. But yes, it's like, it's just, it's so funny to me whenever I see that comment, because I see that comment on my videos like once or twice a week. Speaking of Gremlin, Diamond, what up? Dude, we'll get a Dwarf Fortress Gremlin on the on place next time it happens. I promise you. I promise you. Promise you. You still had Windows XP when you heard of Star Citizen? Fuck, I might have as well, actually. No, I would have been on 7. Because that was 2014? No, 20... What year was that Kickstarter? Hold up. Star Citizen Kickstarter. Estimated delivery date, November 2014. Ah! Okay. When did this campaign end? 2012. Okay, so yeah, I would have been on Windows 7. You really like Dwarf Fortress when the game starts because you can remember everyone by them all, but when the big migrant waves start coming, just cap your population. If you go into the init files, you can set your, like, you could, I could just show you, or you could look up on the wiki where to find that. Human merchants are bringing me my annual tributes. Hell yeah. Because we bullied the humans into bringing us tributes instead of going to war with them. So, what's the word? You can limit your population. So usually what I do is I'll limit it to 60 for the first year and then bump it up to about 100 after about year 3. And then after about year 5, bump it up to max. Looks like that pilot guy fucked it up. Yeah. He's at work. He can't see you anymore. Unless he's still lurking from work, which I don't think so. How you been, though, Diamond? Speaking of Diamond. You're my manager now. I gave you more duties. You killed a buzzard once, and you felt love when remembering being with your spouse. You have a spouse? Holy shit, you're married to Axon, Diamond. I thought I'd remind you. I seem to forget these. How old is your dwarf? 67 years old. And how is you? How old is Diamond? 76. 67 and 76. Nice. Axon, your wife is here. If anybody's wondering what Diamond's talking about, we have a room on my Discord where we're counting to 1 million, which gets fucked up every so often. We were up to, what? 450? And then Pilot screwed up. Anyway, we're trying to count to 1 million. So that's what he's referring to. Which means it's going to get fucked up in seconds because everybody's going to pile in there and start typing. And that room exists purely to keep the activity on my Discord abnormally high so that I can hold on to Discord partners so that they continue to send me mugs and wampuses occasionally. But more importantly, also giving us, you know, the Discord features that are nice so that I can stream my records on Discord and actually have decent quality sound without having to pay them. Why are we giving them stuff again? I don't know. They've been doing that for years. Yeah, they sent me a wampus. See? It's a wampus. Right next to the Lego train. Wampus. Right in front of the Statue of Liberty. Lego kit that I have. Right next to my Great Wall of China Lego kit. British Parliament Lego kit. See? Wampus. And I've told them I will set it on fire if they make NFTs. But yes, I do indeed have a wampus. Hey, Gate Nerd, what up? They didn't even tell me they were sending me a wampus. It was just we're sending you a surprise gift around Christmas. All right. Screenshot these for Stone. Who's asleep right now? Stone likes to keep track of all of the... Against NFTs? I am against the commodification of art and gentrifying video game marketplaces. So, yes. I don't think that it is a benefit to anyone to gentrify people out of being able to play video games before a video game is even out, which is what that does. I mean, the general sentiment response from Storybook Brawl is about how I feel about NFTs. This game, Good Luck Games LLC, got purchased by FTX, which is a pretty big crypto exchange. And when that happened, they announced, yeah, we're going to integrate NFTs into Storybook Brawl somehow, which is a card game auto battler. And they went from overwhelmingly positive to overwhelmingly negative in a few days. It's not even a review bomb. It's just like their community was just like, fuck you. So, yeah, that's my feeling on that. Also, hey, Jack Nerk. Rip indeed, yes. You didn't know that? Mm-hmm. I, also, everybody's favorite streamer, Dr. Disrespect, and his studio are making an NFT-based game where you, right now, can pre-order the game like any other fucking video game by buying an NFT, which gives you the exact same fucking benefits that buying into any unfinished early access game with no screenshots gives you, which is allegedly gameplay eventually. You want to purge that? I mean, you can, Audio. You have the power. I mean, I joked about minting Dwarf Fortress worlds because if it's a small world, you could do that. They are small enough. You could fit. It's just a tax scam. I don't know what it is at this point, to be completely honest with you, Aegis. Do you find NFTs weird? I could find you some weird NFTs. I haven't, the one thing that I haven't had to do with NFTs yet is I haven't had to, like, take down any NFTs of me yet, which means you guys are good. Nobody's gone and minted shit that I've done without my permission yet. It'll happen eventually. Although I do actually have a Google search alert, which I set to scan 4 different NFT storefronts once a day for my name and all of my team's names. And in case something pops up, I'll see it. And I can get rid of it quickly. I mean, you don't need to be on the blockchain to have a tax scam. You really, really, really don't. For whatever that's worth. You know, there's a documentary about one of those, about that dude who faked his own death from my city, actually, who I think I've seen in person before, like before all this happened, who faked his own death and vanished with $400 million in crypto and is now somewhere in Europe. That guy and that documentary, I started watching it over the weekend. And it damn near gave me an anxiety attack and made me so fucking angry I had to turn it off. And I kind of like the idea of crypto. It's just like, I don't know what it is, but there's something about people that are way into crypto that just make me mad. Like, irrationally mad for no reason. I need to start processing some more thread so that we can do another round of clothing. You just started paying taxes? I paid taxes 2 weeks ago. It hurt, but it's fine. I haven't gotten a refund from taxes in my entire life. Or it feels like it. Not since like 2013, pretty much. Ever since then, I've either like broken even or owed money. So every year I owe more money now because this is my job. And I don't pay any taxes throughout the year. So then at the end of the year, it's like, You're into crypto, but NFTs and not that deep. You buy and hold them for retirement. You buy and hold for retirement because you own your own business. I mean, fair enough. I mean, I own my own business. I mean, I have like, I don't know, a few $100s in crypto. Nothing major. But like, I like the idea of it. I don't think it'll ever catch on the way they want it to, though. Are there errors for a siren at 22:30 bangs on? Do these fuckers have a timetable now? I mean, at some point, is it going to become like you know, your alarm clock? It's like, oh, the air raid sirens are on. Time to get up. You once dated a guy who was crazy about NFTs, and you can say that that's the reason you're not dating. Oh, boy. My cousin was streaming on Twitch for a little bit, and then he like went and fucking launched an NFT project, and I'm very disappointed in him. It's just like, come on, man. Fucking shitbag. No fuck to me. Normal fucking t-shirt is my favorite NFT. Oh, the dwarves have arrived to trade. And they've... Oopsies. Somehow I managed to launch the GeForce experience. Go away. Do you ever do that? You like accidentally, unknowingly launch the GeForce experience overlay on your computer and you have that moment of, how the fuck do I turn this off? My cousin started an NFT project. It's called Crypto Skulls, if you must know. And when I saw that it was called that, I was like, bruh, look at my emotes, you asshole. Completely unrelated. Allegedly. Dick. Consistently, Alt and Z are right next to each other. Yes! God. It's just like, Shift Tab is way too easy to hit for me. For those of you who haven't, like, figured it out, my emote prefix on Twitch is, Crypt, and I have a bunch of skull emotes. Oh, I know, Brendan. Doesn't make me any less pissed at him. Also, popped off is not really what I would do it as, but... Rainbow Six is coming to mobile? You mean like Siege specifically, or just like the Rainbow Six franchise? Because there's been several Rainbow Six games on phones. What's with all the footwear? So many random socks. Didn't get tossed out last time. Siege spinoff, it seems? Cool. Sounds like it's something else that I can ignore. Got a 4K monitor and all your PC parts in a way better case and the cooling is nice. Your GPU runs cool too. Swap for 32 gigs of RAM. You should put 64 gigs in because you can and RAM is cheap, which is what I did. I put in 32 gigs. And I was like, I still have 2 slots left. I bought another 32. It's like, well, Erdem Malvor says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Iron. I'd like, you know what? You know, allegedly in the premium version, or the update that comes with it, we're only going to be able to request 3 things. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this. Like, how can I, like, you know, request the most important thing, which is give me all of the cheese? If I have to choose only 3 cheeses, life's going to be sad. Also, as somebody who can't see very well, I don't understand how you can read. I don't understand how anybody reads anything on a 4K monitor. Shit's way too goddamn tiny. It's like fucking UX for ants. Yeah, Elon Musk bought 9% of Twitter, so fucking what? Erdem over says, farewell, Tele. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I mean, to be fair, one of the only tech bros that I dislike more than Elon Musk at this point, as a tech bro, is probably Jack of Twitter. He's like one of the few people who is less tolerable than Elon Musk. Seems like you're forced to play Counter-Strike with your friends. EF introduction is unsuccessful. I mean, just wait until the premium version comes out and you gift it to them, right? They'll be forcibly coerced into joining once again, eventually. It'll happen. It is inevitable. It's goddamn inevitable. You know, honestly, I think one of the biggest shames about Dwarf Fortress is just how fucking baked in all of the text is to the game itself. Like, it's like whenever I see people asking for translations for Dwarf Fortress, it just makes me sad because I know how borderline impossible it is. Like, I wish that we could live in a world where Dwarf Fortress just could actually be translated into other languages. Gonna go walk the dog and then go bowling. You have fun bowling. Cheers, Squirrely. I try and catch yours, but I don't know when I can, so. But cheers. It's an unofficial Russian translation? Yeah, but like the odds of us ever getting an official one are a question mark, you know? No, I really don't. I get told what day there's going. This is the inside info I have about the Steam release, right? I get told what day the news posts happen the day before by KitFox sometimes. Sometimes I get like a 1 hour heads up, and occasionally they'll send me the screenshots like 30 minutes before they go out in the emails. That's it. That's all I know. But I pay more attention than most people. The latest news about the tab and the DF is neat looking. Yeah, you know, ironically, they've missed one screenshot. They were supposed to post one more screenshot in the post, which didn't make it into my video. But it's fine. It was just the scrolled down version in the relationships tab that shows like who that dwarf is married to and that they also have a lover, which is kind of funny. But you know, we unfortunately lose that or miss that tab in the update. But you know what's really neat isn't the DF updates to me. The thing that's really neat is that they're throwing the DF updates into the algorithm again. Both of my videos on the character sheets and also the Future of the Fortress video got kicked into the algorithm overnight. 2 days ago for the character sheets and the Future of the Fortress one last night. It's like, this is what getting kicked into the algorithm looks like. This is the stats for the Future of the Fortress video. So this is like my normal view curve for like subscribers and whatnot. That's getting bumped into the algorithm. So it's like this. So like my normal audience, yada, 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 boom, that's the algorithm kicking in. It's just like, man, I wish they'd do that to them more often. Actually, it's more like I DM the community manager the day before the DF news usually goes up and say, hey, is there news tomorrow? And then she goes, hold on, let me ask Tarn, and then gets back to me 20 minutes later. Yes, there's news tomorrow. That's usually how it goes. Can you explain the layout for DF? Like, what is what? That is floor. That is statue. That is Dwarf. In fact, child Dwarf. That is wall. That is a crutch, clothing piece, chest or quiver. A bunch of dwarves trading, lava, boulder. I don't know why, but with this tile set, I feel like everything is just kind of self-explanatory once you understand like 4 or 5 basic things. Table, chair, bags, bunch of workshops. As to what they do, it doesn't matter. Cloth or paper, traction bench, which is where they unbreak a broken back, cabinets. What else do you need? Unironically, though, like the best way to like learn what is what in DF is to just install the game and play it for an hour. Yeah, I do have a how to look at Dwarf Fortress video understanding ASCII, which nobody watches, so it's fine. Yes, And also, yes. There you go. Am I taking the piss? Yes. This is a dwarf carrying a ring? I mean, it's like taking the piss, but also actually explaining what things are. It's like, this is where shit gets confusing. It's like, pot, 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 slab, pot, pot, statue, pot, pot, altar, pot, 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 door, pot, pot, pot. Like, blah, blah. Yeah, the difference between, the only difference between the learning curve of Dwarf Fortress and Europa Universalis is Europa Universalis is so fucking expensive, by the time you've paid the money for it, you're committed at least to trying it. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is free, so you can download it, get frustrated in 5 minutes, and go, fuck it, I'll do it later, and you don't have the sunk cost fallacy that forces you to play it. So, the reason a lot of people start playing Dwarf Fortress and never actually get into it is because they don't have the sunk cost fallacy that tricks them into continuing to play it, which is why I genuinely think charging money for Dwarf Fortress is the most likely thing ever to actually build a bigger player base for the game. Like, the reason people pick up any super deep, complicated game, I completely disagree. EU4 is ugly as sin. That game is ugly. Ugly. Crusader Kings 3 is pretty. Stellaris is pretty. Europa Universalis is ugly shit. But that goes for any super complex game, like this, you know? War in the East 2. If you pay money for this game, you're committed to learning it. If this game was free to play and not on Steam, and you download it and you go, what the actual fuck? You know. Yes, or be that guy who bought DF on a disc alongside of a book from a shady person in a used bookstore, and from Twitch chat. Yes, maybe you're that guy. I feel bad for that guy, to be honest. Oh, that was a funny interaction in the chat. It's like, wait, you paid money for a disc for Dwarf Fortress? Like, I'm sorry, but you got ripped off. Like, you know the game is free, right? It's the most perplexed I've been by somebody getting a video game in my entire life. But, you know, like any big complicated game, people are more likely to stick with it if they've spent money on it. Just remember this, the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, this little video game, is on over 1 million people's wish lists right now. Over 1 million. And usually, games that do well on Steam sell more than the number of people who've wishlisted it because of word of mouth after launch. Yeah, I've had the new YouTube banner for a little bit now. Cooler put it together. It's also on my Twitch page and on Twitter, I think. I did put it on Twitter, right? Yeah, I put it on Twitter. It's pretty good. Although it's also behind this, so if I scroll this up, see? It's part of a channel art redesign / overhaul that I was working on, and now I can't pay Cooler anymore. So if Cooler wants to, you know, give me art, I can't pay him until people stop shooting, but I'll definitely back pay him once people stop shooting and sanctions get lifted. Well, I was going to say that The Sims didn't exist back then. I don't think that's true, but the difficulty curve is absolutely exaggerated. So, there is that. The difficulty curve is 1,000% exaggerated, because like I say about Dwarf Fortress, there's a big difference between difficulty curve and obtuseness curve. Dwarf Fortress is extremely obtuse, but not very difficult. Whereas, I'm just going to use this as an example. RimWorld is a difficult game. Dwarf Fortress is an obtuse game. There are difficult aspects about Dwarf Fortress, but once you understand how to control and look at the basics of the game, its difficulty just kind of vanishes. Zelensky is getting understandably desperate. There you go. I don't blame the guy. I mean, he's seemed pissed for the last 72 hours for, you know, any world leader of any major country, if they look up one morning and see an entire town of people has been shot in the head, they do the same thing. It's fucking disturbing. Been trying not to mention that on stream, but like, just maybe don't look at images on the internet right now if you're sensitive to seeing pictures of a lot of dead people. The one thing that like the last month and a half has told me is that I am completely fucking desensitized to pictures like that. I think I spent too much time on 4chan when I was... We're almost at the levels of genocide in certain areas of Ukraine right now. It's terrifying. That's that. Fucking terrifying. You need to become a dwarf to understand the dwarf's mind? You know, it's like, I don't shy away from talking about politics on this channel because I think it's like part of venting, you know, and I love the fact that we have a super mature community that can have like legitimate discussions about politics without like just dissolving into arguments immediately. But when it's like that level of heaviness, it's difficult for me to even discuss because it's like the only emotion I feel is utter disgust and anger. So, that's all I have to say about that. So, fucking throw money at any charitable organization you can find. Or even better, directly at the Ukrainian government. But if it's easier, you can also throw money here. It's just disturbing. So, yeah, I'm not surprised he's starting to say shit like that, because that's all I have to say about that. You never found DF difficult. You understand how the game is meant to be played. You're just not very good at making a sustainable fort most of the time. I mean, the way Dwarf Fortress is meant to be played is to interact with the world. And if your way of interacting with the world is making unsustainable, bad fortresses that fall apart in a year and a half, I mean, fucking Godspeed. Have fun. You know? The statement that I stand on at this point, Tygo, is we all share this planet. And we're all going to be dead if we keep shooting at each other, because all that shooting at each other does is distrust and the refusal to work together. And distrust and the refusal to work together requires every country to independently, too, create everything that they need to survive and mine their own fossil fuels. And that heats the planet up. So all that war does is accelerates global warming. Not only are you still alive, Tele, but you're my mayor. My mayor died recently, who was a merchant for a really long time. And you're my mayor. You are 152 years old, and you are a very happy, successful dwarf, And you learned about stone crafting recently, and that was very satisfying. You dream of raising a family, and this dream was realized. You're always in love with somebody and easily develop positive feelings. You are utterly fearless when confronted by danger, to the point of lacking common sense, and you're often filled with joy. And you have an incredibly calm demeanor, and you're very slow to anger, and you live an orderly life, organized and neat, and you are quick to form negative views about things. You don't often feel lustful, and you don't often experience strong cravings or urges, and you are trusting. And you like a little excitement now and again. And a lion working at a grocery shop? The king of beets? I'm not certain I understand that one, but beets are delicious. Yeah. And you are in love with the now past kick roast, which was a very sad tale indeed. And you have many kindred spirits. In fact, I would say that your kindred spirits are like everybody in the fort. That's an understatement, Jack Nurk. Oh, okay. No, I get it. King of the Beasts, King of the Beats. I get it. I get it. It's one of those jokes that tells better when spoken out loud, which is the case for a lot of jokes. Generally, they're a master at something before they're even an adult. The thing is, though, if you have a fort for more than 10 or 15 years in Dwarf Fortress, you kind of get to that point pretty quickly anyway. All right, let's continue working on this yellow floor. Gold and brass. Bismuth. Electrum. I know that this fort is actually, like, kind of uneventful when it comes to, like, just Dwarf Fortress-y shenanigans, but I kind of like how this fort is almost more of a talk show for me from a streaming perspective. Also, plan for tomorrow is what we'll start off with Longdeath, but we're gonna do some of the Crimson Pulley stuff tomorrow. I'm getting real close to retiring another fort in that world. Kind of depends on what happens going forward, but we're getting pretty close to retiring Mothfall, which is the current fort that we are working on. We just have like another tower to build, and then after that we're gonna retire it and do some adventures. So we'll either do some more adventures in that world tomorrow or the day after or next week. But today we're going to be doing some non-DFE things because I want to play some more Soul Ash, because Soul Ash put out an update which makes a change that I'm really curious about. It previously, the way that you got crafting recipes in that game is you had to find them in the world. Now they're just all unlocked by default from the beginning. So you can like make bear traps, which are very good slowing tools early on and such. So I'm thinking I might tolerate the early game in that more, because I really disliked the early game. Like the mid to late game was fine in that game, but the early game was not so great at launch. So I don't believe I've ever made a legendary Gelder in Dwarf Fortress. In fact. All right, so I've been live for 4 hours, chat. I'm just gonna shut my camera off for a second here and go use the toilet. I will be back in a moment. If I could get a round of beers while I'm gone, that'd be fantastic. And then we can continue on with these lovely shenanigans and random ramble fads. Here be. All right, we're back. I also watered my seedlings because they need it. Which is a legendary geld. So a Gelder, if they're a low-skill Gelder, also high Tofu monk. If they're a low-skill Gelder, they have a chance to be attacked by the thing that they're gelding. So if you're gelding a cat, you have a chance to get attacked by the cat, and the cat can actually, like, TLDR, I one time had a Gelder that was gelding a bunch of pigs, a bunch of sows, and a bunch, or not a bunch of sows, a bunch of, like, bull pigs, like male pigs, right? Anyways, which on the surface would be fine, right? But you know what happened? He lost an eye in the process. Because, like, the pig turned around and attacked him, or the boar turned around and attacked him, and he lost an eye. The dwarf, it, like, crushed its eye, and the dwarf was missing an eye for the rest of that dwarf's existence. So a higher skill gelder can geld the animal without getting attacked, basically. So I one time had a dwarf that managed to get so good it could geld cats without getting attacked. You know, if I was smart, I would have stood up before I turned the camera back on, but sometimes I have to show off the fact that I have a standing desk, you know? Now that we've risen to the occasion, I can adjust this camera. There we go. Done. I can stand now. All right. That's a lot of miasma. Someone dropped their lunch. You know, one of these days, I should tell my military to not bring food with them into training, because, like, it's not like they're going to be traveling anywhere. I diagnose you with a pick in your forehead. You wish you had one? They can be surprisingly cheap. This one, I think, after, like, shipping and taxes and everything ended up costing me, like, only about $150 more than a decent desk. Like, it's not actually that nuts. Like, the amount of benefit that you get out of it is massive, I would say. But, yeah, no, I stand for a portion of almost every stream. I normally do it when my camera's shut off. But here we are. Also shows off just how high this wall of blackness have. Also, like, makes this room look a lot bigger. It's not a very big room, but it makes it look a lot bigger. But if anybody is interested, this is the desk I have. I did ask them for a sponsorship once, but I can get money towards buying accessories for my desk if you buy using that link. You like the wall of blackness? It's just audio foam from Amazon. Like, it's nothing. If I turn this light on... all it is. Pretty simple. But yes, I too like the wall of blackness. Oh no, my illusion! Yeah, I just gave you guys a very rare backstage look. You didn't expect that? This is where my bed was for years too. But last year I went nuts and then which is like, this happens like twice a year, so don't take it too literally. I went a little manic and moved my office in here, and I've been a lot happier since. I haven't moved it out yet, so. Which is probably for the benefit of me. Oh, also, Axon, I know that you tuned in afterwards, but guess what arrived, which I didn't say anything about on Discord? A copy of the Super Meat Boy soundtrack on record. In fact, there it is, right? So that's going to be lunch break. That's going to be after stream. I'm probably just going to listen to that all week. Like, nothing but that, because it's such a fucking good soundtrack. So fucking good. Okay, so we got a bunch of pinks left. You thought it was my play date? Nah, not yet. Although, the first set of those, so the people who got into the first round of orders, those just shipped, so that's cool. And I'm in section group 2, so the menu theme. Yeah, I know exactly which one you're talking about. I'm hoping Jess will decide to play through Super Meat Boy as her next hard subathon game, because it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. You know, it's to the point where, like, I don't like playing that type of game. Like, I never finished Super Meat Boy. But that soundtrack is so good. Like, I love everything about Super Meat Boy except for the part where I actually have to play it. You know? It's just, I just don't like that type of game. Although I feel the exact same way about Celeste, though, for whatever that's worth. You like that I exist in a void stream? The void is my mental state. The blacker the void, the more depressed I am. Actually, like, the kind of, like, thing that I point at, how to figure out how blind's mental health is. Look at my facial hair. If I'm scruffy, I'm depressed because I haven't shaved. As long as I'm shaving, I'm not that depressed. It's when I stop shaving that you gotta get worried about me. This is like the Death Note, but for gelding. Diamond. Hey, little son. Hope you're doing well. Hope things have been good in your neck of the woods. Chat, little son says hi. You should say hi back. Or don't. It's up to you. But, you know, saying hi is nice. Light. That's another soundtrack I need to get on vinyl. I just have the B-sides on vinyl. Although, I just ordered some records off of Black Screen Records, which is the place that I get the majority of my video game soundtracks from. That courtesy of Twitch chat, who helped me fund that last week. But we bought Escapism, which is an album by Lena Raine, who did the soundtrack for Celeste, as well as some music from Minecraft and a few other things. But so we bought Escapism, which I'm excited for whenever that arrives. And we also picked up another Makeup and Vanity set that has been sold out for ages that showed up on Black Screen. So looking forward to both of those. Escapism is also a really good soundtrack. I've listened to it on stream before, just like on YouTube, but if you feel bad, you should shave. If you feel bad, you should do what they say in the girly magazines, self-care. For me, that's shaving and like taking a shower and taking care of myself. That's what I do when I am sad and feel bad. So what you need to do when you're sad and feel bad is take care of yourself, however you do that. Maybe that's go to the gym. Maybe that's eat a cupcake. I don't know. You do what works for you. But taking a 2-hour shower and like actually properly cleaning my hair and like shaving picks me up a little bit. Not massively, but a little bit. What do they say in the manly magazines about depression? Nonsense. Men don't get depressed. Please. Men have no emotions. You should know this. Alcohol. Smoke weed, that's what they say. It's like, what do the manly magazines say? They preach toxic masculinity. Ah! Is what they teach you. Although, not that I would know. I've never even looked at a copy of Men's Health outside of that's a magazine. Also, I love that the first thing that you've ever said in my chat, CG Gore, is alcohol. Welcome to the stream. You belong here. How about our Lord? Do you have time to speak with us about our Lord and Savior, Mr. Gremlin? Do printing presses still exist? Sure. I mean, I don't think they stopped existing. Why? Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that you're in recovery. It's just like, you know, all those people who post on /r/trees and they're like, I've quit smoking weed, and then everybody else is like, excellent, now celebrate with a joint. I mean, good for you. Your lungs will thank you. There's my rose gold. But, I mean, generally you shouldn't listen to what magazine. The name's familiar, but not really, no. I watch people that I know. Like, the vast majority of the content I watch for anything are people that I know. Who I talk to. Gremlins exist in DF? Yep, they're quite rare. You know what else exists in Dwarf Fortress? Gnomes. Good luck finding them. That's always my favorite one to point at, is like, you know what also exists in Dwarf Fortress that you're definitely unaware of? Gnomes. Fucking gnomes. Not only are there gnomes in Dwarf Fortress, there's two kinds of gnomes. Gnomes and dark gnomes. Have you ever seen either of them? Doubtful. He is old school? You should watch me on YouTube. Just saying. Yeah, they're more dwarfy than dwarves based on, like, most people's, like, interpretations of what DFs are. So I have a question. Are you just here to shout out a person that I don't watch, or are you here to participate in chat? Because I know the name, but, like, lots of people make videos. I mean, at least buy me a drink first. Sheesh. I'm sure plenty of people do. I just don't understand why it's relevant. Not a minstrel. I'm just not sure why it's relevant. I mean, I used to watch Jeff's stream way back in the day, but I don't know why talking about random person for no reason like that makes any sense or is relevant to the conversation that we were having. I mean, there's plenty of people that I know of that I don't watch. I don't watch Captain Duck. I know who Captain Duck is. Maybe rebalance mods will help. You don't need mods for that. Just change your world gen parameters. You know, like, if you want a shit ton of dragons, just change your world gen parameters so you get a shit ton of dragons. You know? If you want to see stranglers, just crank up hiccups. If you want to see stranglers, just crank up the number of stranglers that spawn in your world. You want 1 billion cave spiders for some reason? You can make that happen too. Then you might as well just set the whole world on fire. But, like, you could do that too. You don't need mods for anything in DF. You just need to tweak your world gen. But the default settings, yeah, you'll never fucking see dragons because, I mean, dragons exist? What? They also haven't shown us any sprites for dragons now that I think about it. But in regards to gremlins, my other fort keeps having gremlins spawning. They tend to like run through the caverns and up out the fort and then out the back door. Pretty calm, chill critters. Okay. I'm still confused as to how any of this is relevant. Got it in a trap. Do you understand how gremlins work? And no. Because you know they're trap avoid, right? You have to either have a trap with webs on it, or you need to make them trip into the trap. And no, I didn't have something set up because I wasn't expecting to see one. And then it left the map. So we've talked about this before. I would tell you if I caught one. But yeah, no, CG Gore, every time you type in another line about this person, I'm just going to continue to state, unless you're given permission, please don't promote other people's channels in my chat. Okay? It's like basic Twitch rules 101, right? Just don't do that in other people's channels. It's like walking into McDonald's and screaming, "Hey, Wendy's is pretty great!" It's like, shut up, we're in McDonald's. Well, stop it. It's all good. Just drop the subject. That's all I'm asking. And I will reiterate the first thing I did say. I do know the name. Don't believe I've ever actually encountered their content, though. But give an example that wouldn't be out of the ordinary, you think? What, Simon? Catching a gremlin. You catch a gremlin and then tell me that you've caught a gremlin and I'll be impressed. But I don't think you could catch a gremlin. Oh, random person screaming at fast food. Yeah, there's still an asshole, though. How long has this world been going? This fortress is 382 years old. We started on year 5. We're on 387. We're going for 1,000. Gonna take a while. The whole point of this fortress is to prove to people that, one, FPS death is kind of a myth. 2, yes, you can keep a fortress alive for a long time and it'd still be playable. And 3, I don't know, there was a pandemic and I was bored. I read terribly, so if you don't like it, I don't care. It's true. You know, I got a comment on that video, Lil Osad, which was just like, part of the reason that person watches those videos is because they find me misreading and, like, fumbling through certain words funny. And you know what? That's fine. I'm glad somebody gets entertainment out of my terribleness. But it's just, like, also, like, my brazen bitching about it is just, like, apparently very amusing to people. Also, there's a thing that I do at the end of that video. Whenever you hit the end of the video, you'll know what I'm talking about. There's a thing that I do at the end of that video that apparently also amused a bunch of people. Because people kept asking me to, like, put my face on the videos. They're like, you should use your face cam more. We want to see your face. It's like, no, you fucking don't want to see my face. Stop lying to me. If you wanted to see my face, you'd watch my streams. And the thousands of you that watch my YouTube channels, I definitely don't do that. My most memorable lost, when my uncle died. Or no, actually, when 4 of my coworkers died in a car accident. That's the most memorable loss I have. In Dwarf Fortress? There's no such thing as a loss in Dwarf Fortress. The world keeps going. It's impossible to lose in Dwarf Fortress. I know that's not what CG Gore was thinking. For clarity's sake. Probably the time that I had a... Actually, probably in this fort. Earlier in this fortress's lifespan, it was year 200 something, we had a dwarf who was married to another dwarf. And the dwarf that dwarf was married... Oh, okay, so we had Dwarf A and Dwarf B. Dwarf A was married to Dwarf B. A being the male and B being the lady, and they had a bunch of kids together. Dwarf A got really depressed about something, and I couldn't fix it. And he ended up tantruming. And then the mayor sentenced him to a beating and some time in prison. He got the beating and then went to prison. When he came out of the prison, he then tantrumed again and went and punched the mayor. The mayor then gave him another beating, or designated him for another beating. And then the captain of the guard got a little bit too enthusiastic about the beating and beat him to death, which is sad. And then the mayor married the guy's wife. So Dwarf A is married to Dwarf B. Dwarf A commits a crime. Mayor, Dwarf C, condemns Dwarf A to murder. And then within, like, literally it was like, Dwarf's name pops up in the bottom, died, right? Right? Like, you know how that happens? It was like, was found dead. And then seconds later, a notification popped up. Sui has married, I can't remember the name of the mayor at the time. Sui married the mayor. Congratulations. Like, seconds afterwards, it was like, within a day of in-game time, the mayor married the guy's wife, which was like, which is also crazy, because, like, I didn't know that dwarves could remarry. Because, like, I know that they can have lovers, and then they can have multiple lovers. I didn't realize that after their spouse dies, they can remarry. But that happened in this fortress. That's probably the most memorable one. That or, like, you know, one of the various times I accidentally drop a block through a piece of flooring, and then it dumps a bunch of lava or into, like, the bedrooms area or something like that. Oh, yeah, you still have that fan art, don't you? You know, you linked the post, not the image. But here, I got the image now. Yeah, this. Dwarf 1, Dwarf 2. Whoop. Yeah, literally, this is what happened. It wasn't sentenced to life. He, like, got his face caved in and his brain exploded. Yeah, quite literally. Like, it's a multi-tiered approach to divorce. But, yeah, I don't know. I take that statement very literally when people are like, what's your most memorable loss? Because I've lost a lot of people in my life. Just value other human beings, okay? They're fragile. I said fragile, weird. Fragile? My grandmother. But yeah. You lost your father early in life? It happens. 'Tis part of life, and life goes on. Tygo, are you still watching? Because Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl is currently 80% off on Steam. If they're still not letting you buy it, I could see if I could gift it to you. That's like $5. In fact, the whole fucking franchise on Steam is $9 right now. Good time to buy Stalker. Support GSC Game World. Stalker, the whole franchise is on sale for 80% off. They're a Kiev-based developer. Have I read Boat Murdered? So I have thousands, if not tens of thousands of hours in this game, CG Gore, and you basically just asked me, have you read the Dwarf Fortress tutorial? It's like, have you read the lore primer? It's like, no. Never. Definitely not. I also don't own Tarn Adams' book. Or the other one. I also don't have a crayon drawing of my wall from Zack and Tarn. Stop accusing me of crimes I haven't committed yet. Of course I've read Boat Murder. Also, there are 7 videos on my YouTube channel where I talk with Tarn Adams for like an hour and a half. Stalker? You might want to look into mods because Stalker has a tendency of running really well and looking really pretty until it doesn't and it crashes. So if you can play Stalker for more than 40 minutes with it not crashing, you're a fucking superhero as far as I'm concerned. So just keep that in mind when purchasing Stalker games. You're just gonna buy it just cause, I getcha. Another game that you should buy that I would actually recommend playing if you want to support developers in Ukraine is this. Because the developer of this game is in, I can't pronounce it, Kharkiv? Probably. I think that's close. And this is actually a very good game. It's a lot of the recent reviews are like, bought it to support the dev. Yeah, one of them, the router gets attacked by an apex predator named Scamps. To be fair, Scamps has been very well behaved. Scamps has been very well behaved. I actually don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. I've never heard anybody say the name out loud. But yeah, it's a little town builder that's been around for a while. Craven, can you stop being depressed? Fucking muscle junkie. I have a bunch of dwarves in this fortress that are just like seemingly always depressed unless they are training in the military. They're just like the jocks of the fortress, essentially. All they want to do is work out. No matter what. Noms on boiled potatoes with gravy? Come on, you were one step away from making mashed potatoes. You've just gone all the way with it. Why boil potatoes if you ain't gonna mash them? What are you even doing? But yeah, I kind of lost the loop of what we were talking about. In regards to Boat Murdered, I've actually considered, I know other people have done this in the past before somebody points it out, but something I was thinking about doing on one of my weekends off when I want to do something is I was thinking about putting, like maybe doing this for Christmas or something, but putting together a series where I read through all of Boat Murdered. Because I think that might be fun. Yeah, okay, that's true. But like, I ate boiled potatoes a lot growing up because it was something that my mom had time to do. You know, peel a bunch of potatoes, boil them, and then give it to you with butter on them. Like, I ate a lot of that growing up, and I'll be honest, not my favorite way to consume potatoes. Uh-oh. Well, I wasn't paying attention. The king wants a lead armor stand in their dining room. All right. Lead armor stand. That's easy. And pick iron 3. What else do we need? Low boots. Iron. All right. Well, the king's dining room is easy to find, so. Best was head shoots? You know, I disagree now. I mean, for its era, yeah. But it's definitely not the best story for DF now. Read along with blind? Yeah, pretty much. But, like, since I only stream 3 days a week now, even though they're really long days, I do have a lot more time to produce other things for the YouTube channel outside of Twitch, right? Which is why, like, other videos have been popping up on the channel that are actually just me recording shit. So, speaking of videos that popped up on the channel, if you haven't seen it yet, I recommend watching the Odd Realm interview that I put up. It's doing all right, but I wish more people watched it. I mean, I don't think any of those LP forts are anywhere near as entertaining as some of Krug Smash's best work, just as an example. Like, there are, for the era, Boat Murdered is one of the best. For the era. Did I turn the... Uh-oh. Shit. I might have a mess to clean up in the tavern. Shit. Oh, phew. I did turn it off. Okay. We're good. I just don't remember turning it off, but I did turn it off. No, I was worried that the fountain above the tavern froze, because if it freezes, then it dumps water everywhere. Because it turns all of the mist into ice, and then the ice turns into water, and then that pours mud all over my tavern, and then I need to clean up. And silk almond milk? I cut a silk almond milk carton in half and planted kale in it. So, you know. But what do you mean, what days are Longdeath now? You mean, like, what days do I stream it? It's gonna change week to week, if that's what you're asking. I'm not working on a strict schedule. Strict schedules are bad for my well-being, I find. Like, rather bad for my well-being. But it's likely Tuesdays will have some format of Longdeath. Tuesdays, maybe Wednesdays, Thursdays, it's unlikely. Speaking of Diamond, why haven't you done your goddamn job? All right, Diamond, I'm removing you from wall and floor, road building. I'm gonna remove you from all that. Is that a pit of lava? The red thing in the center of the screen is a glass tube that goes from the lowest possible Z level all the way up to the highest possible Z level, or not the highest possible, but all the way up to where right below my tavern. So from like layer 10 to like minus 130. And it's full of lava, yes. So that red thing in the middle of the thing that you see all the time is full of lava. I built a giant lava tube. It's like, actually, it's like Frostpunk. But dwarfy. And all of the blue is vomit up here anyway. But yeah, this is the tavern. We're at layer plus 15, layer 6 at this end of the screen. Well, this is the tavern, and the center of the tavern has that right below it. Up here we have the temple. There is no pit into it or anything, but there is gem windows around the edge of it. You, for the love of... Oh, I see. Cup away. Go eat your lunch, dwarf. Yeah, it's a giant water pipe, or a giant lava pipe, basically. No. Tofu. It's a lamp, not your glorified sacrifice chamber. Come on. We're dwarves. We're not goblins. Be more civilized. Oh, you did do it. Okay. Why does everybody always assume that just because you built something cool, it's for murder? Not everything is automatically for murder. Ideally, I would say very few things should be primarily for murder. Alright, I see what I fucked up. There we go. Okay, so there's a very big difference between one dwarf commits a major crime and gets a death sentence and just randomly throwing people and items into a pit of lava. There's a very big difference there. Also, the dwarf that committed that crime of punching the dwarf in the head and making their brain explode got removed from that job afterwards because they were too strong for it. Alright? Christ. Fuck's wrong with you, Tofu? Jesus. Aside from being delicious. How's that lead stuff coming along? Pick, Karen, pick. You're not funny, and if you think you are, you're very, very, very wrong. Back me up here, chat. Come on. Not everything needs to automatically be used for murder. And, you know, honestly, because people keep asking, I'm literally never going to throw anything in there. If people stopped asking me if I was going to throw stuff in there, I would consider it. But because people are just like, so do you constantly throw shit in there? No, absolutely not. Never have, never will. It's a lamp and a heating element. You have a stove in your house? Do you just randomly burn your friend's hands on your stove because you have a stove? Just because your country probably has a prison for criminals? That's the logic leap that you're making. So have I, but I'm not an asshole. Sorry, that was mean. But yes, that is the logic leap that you're making. How's that? Need somebody to make me a lead statue before the king gets mad. Okay, we're almost done with the picks, so that's one thing. Well, as a Canadian, I will simply shake my head and go, God damn it. I mean, I don't know. Have you seen what Canadians did to our parliament recently? Like, Jesus. Anyway, chat, can we talk about something that doesn't make me want to rip my nose off? Because Canadian politics has that effect on my brain. I mean, that's another thing that we made. It's little. I could embiggen it, too, if people wanted me to. I might have to, actually. See, you're not asking me if I use that flag to kill people. Which I could, actually. I just need to carve out 15 Z levels on top of it and push them over it, but... Chat, how we doing? I need to talk about something else. Give me a distraction. What games have you been playing this week? Work chat is blowing up about time dilation and altitude and speed is needed. You're totally nerds. Sounds like you guys are very on topic about work stuff. Am I out of iron or lead? What the fuck's happening? Oh, I went too far. Why? Asked it. Neither, because they both generate heat and my apartment gets too hot in the summer already, Cyrolac. Why dwarfs throw random things into lava? Because the player tells them to. They don't do it by default, ever. And Darren, thanks for the 23rd month. Only one away from a year. Well, 2 years. A year times 2. I'll put it this way, Tofu Monks. I stopped playing RimWorld because I got so fucking tired of that community and their sense of humor. It's largely the reason I stopped playing that game. And I really don't want people to do that to Dwarf Fortress to me. Because I actually adore this game, unlike RimWorld, which I tolerated. So, if you're not playing RimWorld, leave that bullshit there. Nope. You cannot. Hello, son. There is no way to tell a dwarf to throw another dwarf into lava. You have to go through all kinds of dumb shenanigans. And also, what part of change the fucking subject do you not understand? Unless your intention is to annoy me, in which case, congrats, you're continuing it. There is no throw this person off of high place job. You could put a thing into a cage and then throw the cage off. You could tell a dwarf to be in the military and then lock them in an area and drop them using a drawbridge. But these are all player-designed mechanisms. These are not things that dwarves do in World Gen by themselves. So thus, the dwarves don't have a sentence for it because they don't understand the concept, because it's the player that's making them do that, not the dwarf. Now, this subject ends here, yeah? I don't believe in the death sentence in real life. I also don't believe in Dwarf Fortress. If a dwarf commits a terrible crime, I expel them. If a dwarf just happens to be too strong that they kill another dwarf as part of a beating for a criminal sentence in Dwarf Fortress, then fucking so be it. I don't want to talk about throwing dwarves into lava, because I don't do that. I'll occasionally throw goblins into lava if I have a surplus of prisoners, but I try to not take goblin prisoners anyways when they're invading, because there's nothing you can actually do with them. But, like, that's a mechanical deficit in the game. If I could convert them to my side, I'd do that. So it's just, like, a non-subject. Anybody who's played this game for an extended period of time understands that that mechanic doesn't really exist and has never really been expanded upon, because it's not a priority. So, if you want to fetishize killing people, go play Manhunt and get out of my chat. I think that Dwarf Fortress is interesting because of the way it generates civilizations and the way it generates different cultures and worlds. I don't think that its ability to create murder porn is its strength. It's not even close to its strength. Yep. They're culturally enslaved. A goblin raised in a dwarven society or a human society is a significantly kinder creature than a goblin raised under the rule of a demon. It's almost like if you enslave an entire population and pump them full of propaganda nonstop, they become terrible people. As, real world examples show. Anyway. Yeah, no, goblins aren't inherently ultra evil. It's, the people who control them that are. Or the things that control them, rather. Just like humans aren't inherently evil. You know, I just had that moment of, why are none of my keys working? Caps lock's on. Like, why is V not working? Somehow I fat-thumbed caps lock. Although I will say this. Goblin civilizations that are not led by demons still end up with cruel warmongery tendencies, because goblins are sometimes cruel, which is one of the traits that they have, which leads them to want to go participate in world conquest. But not all goblins have that trait. It's just a very, very common trait for goblins. Armor stand in dining room. That's the king's dining. Yeah, why can't I move? And your chat box is just brackets. In this world, there's one other one, but I haven't really interacted with them much. There isn't a ton that I can do. I mean, I could threaten them and ask for more tributes or trade with them, but that doesn't really benefit me in any way. The way you interact with other civs is primarily in adventure mode, not really in fortress mode. Hello, Troopin. How are you? Diplomacy is one of, like, the most underbaked areas of DF, which is supposedly going to have some sort of upgrade before the premium release, but we'll see. Not super expectant that that will happen. Someone should go and start building this. Need somebody to go construct that armor stand. All the way into midwinter. There's snow on the ground. Doing fine, dabbling in some DF before bedtime, which comes soonish. I gotcha. I did have a good weekend. Yeah, I got to go visit my Oma, which was lovely. I got to do a ton of gardening. I filled up and drank my growler. I had a growler full of, which is a large glass bottle, full of London Fog Ale from a local brewery called Faculty Brewing, which was tasty. Drank all of that. It's like 4.8% or something. It's pretty low percent beer, but so I had like 2 pints a day, which was nice. I recorded a bunch of stuff. I edited the Odd Realm interview finally and got that out and done and dusted, which I'm happy with. Got to record some things. YouTube kicked a couple videos into the algorithm, which was nice. What else did I do? I've got a few videos planned. I'm kind of planning on like attempting to do a video overview of that game that I streamed, The Veil, which is going to be very challenging because I kind of want to do like a pseudo video review / talk about video of that game. But the problem is that that game has no graphics. So it's like, I'm trying to figure out I've got parts of it recorded. Like I went back and re-recorded a couple bits of it for it. And I'm like trying to like wrap my brain around how I could do a video. It's a fun challenge that I'm working through. I'll put it that way. All right. King is happy. Got his lead armor stand in his lunchroom now, which is good. This area is filling back up as well. But yeah, my weekend was good. Weekend was good. Grabicus, did you grow up? Oh, wow, you did. You're 12 years old. You like brass, tavorite, giant cheetah leather, water buffalo horn. Okay. There isn't much in life that you like, but that's okay. And I will give you leatherworking. We'll give you masonry. Yeah, actually, London Fog Ales are quite common around here anyways. I can think of 3 breweries that are all local to me that have London Fog. There's a London Fog IPA that Moody Ales makes seasonally. They make it in the fall. Faculty Brewing, which is the one that I went to, they have a London Fog Ale. And then Dogwood Brewing in, I don't know the name of that part of town. South Surrey, I think. They have a London Fog Sour. Which are all very good. Different, but good. But yeah, it's like Earl Grey and lactose. Lactose? I lack toast right now, too. I had cereal to this breakfast instead of toast. But yeah, they're all brewed with lactose and... Earl Grey. So it actually makes for like a really nice beer. I mean, a lot of like sour beers and a lot of like modern beers are almost more kombucha-like anyway. So like brewing beer with tea is not actually that weird. Some people talk about it like it's just the strangest thing ever. It's like, really? I don't know if I agree with that. Not that strange. Like, I've had some strange beers. The weirdest beer I've ever had was a kelp stout. It was a, like, imperial stout brewed with kelp. Like, as in seaweed. That was a weird beer. But putting tea in beer's not that weird. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like some people like mock beer drinkers because some beer is like so far up its own ass it can't see the sun anymore. But at the same time, it's like IPAs are tasty. And if you disagree, you're just wrong. They really are tasty. If you like bitter flavors. You felt that yesterday. You used one of the company cars and it wouldn't start. It took you like 5 minutes to realize it was a hybrid and didn't need the engine to... Oh, man. Yeah, that's fair. You just like turn the key and it like doesn't do anything. You're like, what the fuck? You're fiddling with it and then you realize, oh, I could just press the go button. My mom had that problem because my mom and dad own a Leaf, right? A Nissan Leaf, a little electric vehicle, Darren. And me and my mom went to the nursery over the weekend to go buy a bunch of soil and some plants. My mom bought me a plant as a thank you for helping. But when we were out there, or when we were heading out, she goes to turn the car on and goes, why isn't it turning on? Why isn't it? And she realized it is turning on, but my dad muted the startup sound. So like when you turn an electric vehicle on, they go boom, 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 or like make a sound so that you know that the vehicle's on because they're so quiet. Because they don't make any sound when they turn on. Like it's like quieter than turning your computer on. Like you just push a button and a light comes on basically. And my mom didn't realize she'd actually turn the car on and could just start driving because like she pushed the button and nothing happened. Pushed the button again and nothing happened. Pushed the button a third time and nothing happened. And then it was like, oh, the car... So, yeah, that... Pretty amusing to me, at least. All right, so that's roughly an hour of standing. I think it's time to sit down and do that. Hi, chat. Come here. You know, this shit's amusing to me, so it better be amusing to you. Okay. Whew. There we go. Hola. The Great Justification. The what? Knowles wrote a book. I didn't know that. It concerns the nature of justification. The writing is full of force. Not awful, but not very good either. Wow, rip. Needs a sound effect, though? I don't really have a sound effect. I mean, chat has many sound effects. They just don't use them enough. Also, they cost money. They're $7 a month on Patreon, which is also why they don't get used that often. I also just realized I didn't actually make the bleep one work. Oh, well. Need like a car backing up, like a dump truck backing up or something. Like a beep, 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 beep sound effect. Exclamation point annoy me. If anybody has an idea of better ways that I could, like, show those off, then please do tell me. Maybe I should just make an exclamation point SFX or something. Those are all of your sound commands, Athros. And they should all work. And if they don't, then please tell me, and I'll notice, and then I'll fix them.
Woohoo!
There you go. You're gonna test them all? Some of them overlap. But yes, if you would like access to those sound commands, it's either tier 2 on Twitch, which I think just works automatically, or $7 a month on Patreon. Because Patreon is what like makes this business stable. Plenty of people have their issues with Patreon, which are frankly understandable. But I like being able to afford my bills. So, you know, just like, thank you very much to everybody who watches this stream, who throws bits at the channel, throws tips at the channel, supports on Patreon, or just has a hat next to your name, because you guys are the ones that allow me to do this job. YouTube, I make, like, almost enough money to pay my internet bill. Not quite enough money to pay my internet bill. Almost enough money to pay my internet bill. Twitch is how I pay everything else. It's not nothing that I make on YouTube, but this stream is what keeps this channel funded and allows me to do the stuff that I do. So, all that in the Patreon. If I could get a round of beers as a thank you. Today is right now is the mandatory viewer appreciation minute. Speaking of patrons, I lost a patron this morning. Woo! But that's fine. They come and go. Can't wait for them to start writing books about the moon's path. Keep at it, Blue Space Weeb. You're doing a dwarf's work. If you need any help with that, Ectofoctus, let me know. Also, good username. Usernames that are fun to say is good. What's a fun username to say? I love it when children are playing with artifacts. It's like playing with Lasha Lograd. Which, of course, is an obsidian toy hammer where all craft worship is of the highest quality, encrusted with oval obsidian cabochons and decorated, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of gabbro and menaces with spikes of obsidian and bone, opal, and cow bone. On the item is an image of a cow in fine pewter. The cow is screaming. The artwork relates to the slaughter of a cow in Longdeath and the midwinter of 220. This is a toy for children, by the way. On the item is an image of dwarves in silver, or rather, on the item is an image of a warhammer in silver. On the item is an image of dwarves in unicorn leather. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time. Of the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. On the item is an image of 2 shining gems in black zircon. On the item is an image of a square, brilliant cut gems in bone opal. This is a toy, a toy hammer. It's a dwarven G.I. Joe figurine. How morbid? Not as morbid as you asking if we randomly throw dwarves and things in the lava. That is just a cow becoming its natural form of burgers. And considering how much livestock we have, that happens rather frequently. That is just simply an image of a dwarf doing the wonderful trade of butcher, which is a very important job. And, you know, children need to learn about that in the Dwarven Fortress. We butcher our cougars and unicorns all the goddamn time. Or, as I should say, all of the Armok damn time. How old is Merc now? They're behind my screen, but 10 years old, growing up so fast. Hope Merc's doing all right. It's been a while since Merc tuned in. War stuff's been affecting them pretty badly. Got family in those war zones. But yeah, no, I mean, it's always cheesy for streamers to be all like, oh, chat, I appreciate you and all that crap, but quite literally, like, I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for people who threw money at me and watched this stream. It's just kind of a fact. So, I'd probably still work in the restaurant industry, which is actually, like, my biggest fear of, like, something happening to my stream is like I probably wouldn't be able to get a job in the industry. I'd probably just end up working at restaurants again, which I don't really want to do, to be totally honest with you. I was never skilled enough to actually get a good job in that industry, so. Chat, I don't know if anybody gives a shit, but guess what? Chat, if I were to say, what well-known video game franchise just got a new installment announced? Monkey Island? God, I wish it was that cool. But yes, also Monkey Island. I mean, come on, that's a pretty well-known IP that they've made too many of. I mean, although the Monkey Island got this tweet out the other day, which made me laugh pretty hard yesterday when I saw this, which was, can everyone please stop tweeting about Return to Monkey Island? I need to get some work done. Because Ron Gilbert, designer and co-creator of Monkey Island, tweeted out the trailer. I want to say it was... Where was this tweet? Little something I've been working on. Want to announce. You know, he tweeted this out. So, shoutouts to Ron Gilbert for, you know, making Monkey Island, but also asking people to stop tweeting at him so he can get back to work. Never have I ever seen a better argument to just tell somebody to go close Twitter, okay? What time of year are we in? Midwinter? Getting there. What, Tomb Raider? I never said it was interesting. I asked what game franchise do you think finally got a new installment after they've made too many of them already? What made you think I was talking about something interesting? Anyway, I need to close Twitter now because I just saw this, which is an article I'll read later. The finally made something interesting. Fair enough. Considering they did state that the last one was a critical and financial failure. you know, I mean, they finally made another Lego Star Wars game, and nobody gives a shit. But you know, more importantly, they also like went and released all of these classic D&D RPGs. Has anybody played any of these, and are any of these any good? Because I've only ever seen screenshots of these, and now suddenly they're all like available and playable, and I'm like, interested? I don't know. Depending on how well they run. And also the FPS dungeon crawlers they released. I don't know. I'm tempted, being honest. Tempted. All right. Create a Shin Rusted Amber, the Red Rocks, Ponder the Moon's Path. I think I just need to give the dwarves a break after we get those picks done, which are already in the works. We've got more Kimberlite blocks being made so that we can work on more of that. We'll just give the dwarves a break, I think. But yeah, I don't think that there's anything wrong with Tomb Raider. It's just yawn more than anything, you know? Chad, is there any games that, are, like, outside of, like, you know, the obvious Godfall Ultimate Edition, is there any games that are out soon that you're actually looking forward to that isn't Dwarf Fortress because that's cheating? Anything that isn't Godfall Ultimate Edition or Dwarf Fortress, is there anything that you're looking forward to that's out soon? Trying to figure out and, like, poke as to what I should be checking out on the YouTube channel. Kerbal Space Program 2? It's not coming out soon. Stop being silly. That's never coming out. No, I mean, it'll come out. Hogwarts Legacy? That's such a mixed... I have so many mixed emotions about Hogwarts Legacy. There's also the part where, like, I wish I actually enjoyed Harry Potter. I read Harry Potter not because I enjoyed it. I read it because of peer pressure to be able to actually have something to talk about with all my friends when it was, like, the big popular thing. Because I, like many kids around my age, grew up around everything Harry Potter, so it's like, if you're not reading Harry Potter, well then what the fuck are you even doing? You know what I mean? So many dwarves. You couldn't make it past the first chapter of the first book of the Potter series? Well, I mean, you need to be able to read. So, I mean, if you can't read, then yeah, you're going to have a hard time. Oh, I know. People will love Hogwarts Legacy. But, I don't know. I just have very, 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 very mixed feels when it comes to that. Although you're not ultra hyping it? Yeah, I mean, my hopes are very heavily in Steam Dwarf Fortress, obviously, but... yeah, I'm also not hyping it. It didn't interest me. Didn't see what was the big deal. I mean, generally in a book, you have to make it past the first chapter. But, I mean, they're not great. They're just children's books. Children's fantasy books. That's all that they are. Like, Pokemon is a children's fantasy game series. A game that I'm looking forward to, which probably none of you have even heard of. This thing is something that I'm hoping comes out soonish, and I'm hoping is good when it does come out. It's a non-combat roguelike snake hybrid where you have to warn all of the monsters that an evil rogue is coming into their dungeon and save them before the rogue kills them all. Because the rogue just kills things without asking questions. And each floor, the rogue gets a level up and gets more powers and gets stronger and moves faster and gets upgrades. And the further down you go, the weaker you get. Which is kind of funny. You have to, like, talk to and convince all of the monsters to be your friend and also at the same time dodge everybody else. You should probably just reach out to the dev and be like, yo, can I get a key for that? That's something I'm looking forward to. But most of the games I'm always looking forward to are games that nobody else has heard of. Under physical examination. I've been mulling over physical examination, and that is interesting, says Rory. Although, game that I am interested in just came out, which is a Memoir Blue, which we're going to play through today because it's on Game Pass. So the game is mostly persuasion? Yep. Although at least the demo that I played a while ago was pretty minimal on the dialogue. It was more of a collide with monster, win the dice rolls to make it join you, and then you get the monster's abilities. So if it's like if it's a spider following you, then you gain a web ability. If it's a like a goblin, then you gain an axe throw, and you can't actually kill the rogue that's chasing you. You just have to like slow it down or pause it or stun it and get ahead of it. You have to find the door keys and then get to the next floor. Which is neat. I'm looking forward to it. I like games like that. Especially like the non-combat variety. That part's also interesting. I need to try that new Caves of Cut update. Is that even in the main branch yet? So I haven't checked. I generally don't play Caves of Cut updates until they're in the main branch. And I lose track of what's in the main branch. But whenever that pops into the main branch, I'll give it a look. I'm very much looking forward to anything that Epion puts out after he's finished, well, once he decides to take a break from developing Jupiter Hell. No. Hello. I mean, adventure mode for Dwarf Fortress is like an open world sandbox with no goals and all of the same depth and insanity as Dwarf Fortress. Like, you can go and just build a fortress in adventure mode if you want. Caves of Cud is a designed, written world RPG that's also open world that scrambles its history every time you play. So, like, names and characters get changed, but the order in which things happen is roughly the same from run to run. But no, not really. That's like saying that NetHack is Dwarf Fortress. It's like, no, it's not. It's a completely different game. It's like, it uses a dice-based roll set and hit points for just as an example, whereas Dwarf Fortress uses physics and liquids to define how dead something is. If you get cut with a sharp object and lose all of your blood, or a certain percentage of your blood, you die in Dwarf Fortress. Or if you get beaten enough and it crushes a major organ, then you'll die in Dwarf Fortress. Where in Caves of Cud, if your hit points hit 0, you die. So, no. It is not even related. The similarity that Caves of Cud has with DF is its creators not the game itself. The creators of Caves of Cud have been loosely working on Caves of Cud adjacent things for over a decade. Do I have no bookbinders? Is that a problem? But they've both been like working on the games for similar amounts of time. That's really the similarity between the two. It's like Dwarf Fortress has been in development now for like getting close to 20 years, if not surpassing 20 years now. Whereas Caves of Cud has been in development for about 13, 14? Because like their original concept for it was a tabletop RPG, based on a different tabletop RPG, which then got later turned into a video game. So there we go. Okay, I literally don't have any Dwarves book bindings. Yeah, I mean, Caves of Cud is has more in common with like traditional CRPGs. We're binding books because a lot of my books are deteriorating and we need to bind them. Because my books are all heavily worn. You're going to start with adventure mode? I personally find adventure mode more complicated just because you still have to figure out all of the mechanics and you don't have as much of a failure cushion as you do in fortress mode. If you need help learning fortress mode, I recommend just going to the quick start guide on the wiki and following that. And if you have any questions, just asking in Twitch chat or in the Kitfox or in my Discord or in the questions and answers section of the subreddit. But I mean, if you have more experience with, you know, traditional roguelikes, then maybe start with adventure mode. But more people have experience with town builders than they do with traditional roguelikes. So it's more likely that you'll have the base skills necessary to play a town builder than you are to have the base skills to build to play a traditional roguelike. I mean, yeah. So that's my statement there. So if you need help, just like yell in Twitch chat. But what I would advise is just go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki and go to either the adventure mode tutorial or the fortress mode tutorial and just follow one of these. Just pick one and go with it. I mean, if it's the adventure mode tutorial, then follow this. If it's the fortress mode tutorial, then follow this. They're both equally complicated. I personally found that starting with fortress mode was easier than starting with adventure mode. But, you know, you do you. But regardless, go to the wiki and follow one of the two guides, because those are the best guides you'll get. Better than any YouTube guide. Except for maybe TechGood's. TechGood's in-depth guides are really helpful if you're already a relatively advanced player. But as far as just learning the game, your best bet is to just pick one and start playing. And I think most people in chat would probably agree with me on that. I would advise not using DF Hack and DF Therapist just because you'll learn the game better. But at the end of the day, you learn the game that you think is best, the way you think is best for you. Pick a tile set that makes the game less confusing and get to it. Chop shop. Have fun. My advice. But I will say the same thing that I always say, which is Dwarf Fortress is nowhere near as complicated or difficult as people say it is. It's an obtuse game. It's not a hard game. Once you understand the mechanics of Dwarf Fortress, or at least the basics of the mechanics of Dwarf Fortress is extremely easy. The problem is just simply getting to the point where you can understand those base mechanics, because that does take time. And it takes more time for some people than others. Like for me, it wasn't that bad at all. It was like maybe 5 to 10 hours, and I understood most of the UI and all of the mechanics that I needed to know to play the game, which is about how long it took me to learn how to play Caves of Cud, actually. Whereas, what's the word I'm looking for here? Whereas other games have taken me longer. It's overwhelming, yeah, because it's obtuse. Well, I mean, just remember, there's no such thing as a dumb question in Dwarf Fort. So, if you have questions, ask them. Because it'll get you through it a lot quicker. That being said, if you know what to search, the majority of your questions, actually all of your questions, can be answered on the subreddit or the wiki really, really, really quickly. Because the community is aware of how obtuse this game is and very willing to help people if they need it. All right. First of spring, meaning the fortress is now 383 years of age. Chat, can I get a round of beers for another year of Longdeath? Well, I'm damn proud of this little fort. Damn proud. Almost 40%? Yep. 2 years in almost. We'll hit year 500 in 2022. I think. I hope. Looks like nobody died of old age, which is nice. Wow, actually, a stripping emote. You know, something that so the reason I sometimes exclaim when it's like, oh my god, a stripping emote, or holy shit, a lyric emote, or like, oh man, big streamer emote here, is because one of the things that happens when you have a niche community on Twitch is you end up, like, actually chat, how many of you watch more or less just this channel, or like just my channel and maybe a very small number of other very small channels? Like, how many of you actively watch what you would consider to be a large channel on Twitch? Because it's very much a very small minority of my audience that actually, like, watches bigger streams on Twitch. So whenever I see an emote like that, it's like, oh man, someone actually watches larger channels who also watches me. Like, one large channel you watch? Is it Italics, Disco? I might be judging you, but... No? Really? Okay. Is 553 folks? That's medium. A medium-sized channel. I consider a large channel like 1,500 plus concurrent. Large is like 1,000 plus. Nothing's wrong with Italics. I love the guy. I was just trying to take a guess at who Disco likes watching. Well, I mean, so that would be a massive channel, Disco. There's 2 large ones that you watch regularly but don't sub to. Yeah, I don't consider Disnoff a large channel. He's a medium to medium big channel. Medium to medium big. I am like small on the successful size, but in the grand scheme of Twitch, I am a large channel because, fun fact, I am in the 0.5% of the biggest channels on Twitch. This guy. Which is very much doesn't feel real. A little bit of everything, big, small, don't matter to you. You just watch gameplay. You're a Twitch junkie. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm an old school Twitch junkie. Like, I've been watching Twitch since before it was called Twitch. You don't like watching large Twitch channels except a few because you like the streamers. The reason being that you're likely to get drowned out or not recognize people in chat much. You like tight-knit communities? I like big channels if they're like Italix's or like back when Cherno's channel was bigger, or channels that have a really good active. Oh, I know who you're talking about, Gay Nerd. T90 official. Anyway, I like bigger channels that have a very active spam culture. So like the large channels where the chat's unreadable anyways, I like it when they have like very good coordinated memes that you can take part in, because then it's like, I'm helping. You know, it's like when you're in a crowd at a show and everybody starts doing synchronized waving or some shit. It's like that kind of feeling. I like that. Or I like it when they intentionally slow down their chat with like follow only or something like that, so that chat is readable. Those are kind of the two ways I like watching big channels, but I do agree that I prefer readable chats. And that's something that like I've always committed. Like if I ever get to the point where I actually become a large channel on this site instead of like, you know, someone who's getting by, which is kind of the where I've been at most of my streaming career, I guess. If I ever get to a point where I have a bigger channel, I will just put a lock on chat speed and let subs talk faster and just go that route. Basically give everybody a mandatory, I have an alpaca. I'm gonna keep that alpaca, I think. Give everybody a mandatory, like, roughly, 3-second delay on typing, and subs don't get a delay on typing. The way I do it, because that would solve that issue generally. Really depends on the vibe of the community. No, I getcha. Gotcha. But I've definitely like stopped watching channels because they got really big really quickly, and I completely lost what was once a very tight community feel. So I understand that. Gate Nerd, I have a question. Since you like AoE 2 shit, have you seen the Fertile Crescent? Because that's like the most excited I've been about an RTS in a while. Outside of maybe AoE 4, which is a pretty good game. But I play RTSs very casually, so people shouldn't take my opinions on RTSs even remotely seriously. Okay, so the elves are going to show up to trade pretty soon. All right. You don't think fast enough? I don't see well enough to play RTS games. How does Athros like the job of bookbinder? Bitter dwelling on old clothing. Wearing old clothing, what? You started watching Twitch when it changed over to Twitch. Ever since then, you've been hooked on Twitch because you love gaming, and what better than to watch someone play video games? And yeah, I mean, I used to just play a lot of video games, and I played video games competitively for quite a long time, and then, well, how do I word this? A lot of, or the Ventrilo / TeamSpeak communities that I was a part of kind of all shut down around the same time that, because basically everybody like got jobs and grew up. And all of those communities kind of shut down at the same time. So I ended up kind of transferring those communities into just Twitch communities. Modded for a couple of people for a while, but wanted to start streaming back in 2010-ish. Really? Around the time I started getting my first few jobs, I was like, man, I could do this, and my internet wasn't good enough, and I didn't have good enough internet to really stream until when I moved out, which was early or late 2012. And then by early 2013, I started streaming. And then, well, long story short, ended up homeless for a bit. Wasn't able to stream for those years, obviously. And, like, the reality of it is the vast majority of massive channels on this website, I've been streaming significantly longer than any of them. That's the weird reality for me. It's so strange to me to, like, look at some of these huge, like, uber massive channels on Twitch and just go, like, I've been doing this 6 years longer than you. And every now and again, I'll have somebody pop into this channel. They'll be like, man, you're really good at this for such a small channel. It's like, bitch, I've been doing it longer than most of them. But, you know. The only RTS you like are the old ones, TBH. Having a player base is also really important. Therefore, you're not interested in the fertile crescent. Fair enough. I think that's unfortunate because I think that game has a lot of potential. I just really like the way that game does its economy, which makes it a really fun game for me to play. Although, RTS that I'm weirdly interested in, just because of, like, morbid curiosity, is, this. I'm interested in this for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, it kind of looks like a weird hybrid of Command & Conquer and StarCraft. Reason number 2, it's a Crossfire game, which is a free-to-play Chinese first-person shooter that I played in, like, 2008. Reason number 3, it's Blackbird Interactive, which is the studio that is making, fucking, what's it called? Yeah, visually it kind of looks like Supreme Commander, but it's the studio that's making, I'm not seeing it in here. Where is it? Homeworld 3, anyway. It's the Homeworld people, which is really fucking weird. It's like, I need to try that game just out of pure morbid curiosity, because I'm like, all right, number 1, that's a Vancouver-based studio, so they're from my city. Number 2, it's the people who made Homeworld, one of my favorite franchises of all time. And number 3, it's based on a franchise that I played over a decade ago. It's so fucking weird to me. I'm so confused by all of it, and I need to try it. So, you know, that's weird, but also cool? Maybe? I don't know. I just like RTS games with a fun campaign. And if anybody's going to make a game with a fun campaign, it's going to be the Homeworld people. Helps bring us any big animals. Horse, fluffy wambler, a badger, a cougar, emu. Yeah. So, you know, that's something I wanted to point out, just because it's like hurting my brain that exists. But I will probably not stream that, but I will definitely put a video up on my YouTube channel going, I need to know. Like, have you ever, like, bought a game or played a game just because you need to know? Like, all of those people that keep buying Jagged Alliance games for some fucking reason. You know what I mean? Jagged Alliance games? Unfortunately, yes, actually, there's one that's announced. Let's see. There's Jagged Alliance 3, which is coming soon. There's Jagged Alliance Rage! Exclamation point. There's Jagged Alliance Crossfire, which was also bad. There's Jagged Alliance Wildfire, the remastered edition, which runs like ass. Jagged Alliance Back in Action, which is apparently okay-ish. There's Jagged Alliance 1 Gold Edition, which is actually, you know, the the good one. Then there's Jagged Alliance Flashback, which has mostly negative reviews. Oh my god. 36% positive reviews. Let's see, what else is there? All of the DLC for the various Jagged Alliance back in action and all that jazz. Yeah, so they've made a lot of Jagged Alliance games, and they're all shit except for Jagged Alliance. Yeah, they're making another one right now, apparently. It's coming soon, allegedly. Although, speaking of RTS games that are not going to be good, but I can hope in my heart it'll be good. It's gonna be terrible, but I want it to be good. This is just a single-player game, though. Yes. I'm convinced this game is going to be awful, but you know, like, why is it... I have a genuine question, chat room. Why is it so fucking difficult to make a good Starship Troopers game? It's like the most video gamey movie and book ever. It'd be so easy to make that space Nazi parody game. Why hasn't somebody done it well? There's never been a good Starship Troopers game. There's been like a dozen games, and they're all dog shit. They've never managed to make a good... Why is it so fucking difficult? Like, that should just be no-brainer, easy mode video game. Just... No, it's not that people take themselves seriously. It's like, whenever there's a Starship Troopers game, nobody gives them any money. They're like, make a game with no budget. And it's usually about how well it goes. Just perplexes the ever-living hell out of me. I don't understand. Like, there's no logical way that a Starship Trooper game should be bad. Like, someone... Like, just make Gears of War with a Starship Troopers skin. Done. Oh no! Someone's dog died. That's sad. Let's let that run for a few seconds and see if that gets put away. Let's allow a few pets, because it looks like a few dogs have died. There we go. Ay, ay, ay. It's just like, you know, how long did it take for a actually good Alien game to come out? And when I say good Alien game, I think like... And... Well... I mean, Alien Isolation is probably the best one. But like... AVP2 is a video game. I don't know if I would say it's a good video game. I'm just going to kind of throw that. I don't know if that's a good video game. You heard it as a decent game? But yeah, no, I mean, it took, like, basically from the initial conception of the Alien franchise until Alien Isolation for them to actually make a good Alien game. Like, Aliens vs. Predator 2 is a good video game, but I'm not certain it's a good Alien game, you know what I mean? It's like that Terminator game that came out a couple of years ago that was, like, weirdly good and had no right to be any good, but somehow they managed to make a decent Terminator game. I don't know if anybody here even saw that when it happened, but... Let's see, what was the name of it? You have a twin? Really? Interesting. But yeah, Terminator Resistance. This is like actually a weirdly good game. It's very much like a B game, like it's a budget game, but it's like budget Fallout. Where you shoot Terminators and hunter killers and shit. It's like a decently alright game. It has no right to be as good as it is. In fact, they put out an expansion pack for it, apparently. Huh. I used to, a friend of the family growing up, their dads were identical twins. The difference was one of them was about this much taller. And it was real funny when they would fuck with their little kids. Because they had like this, one of their girls was like 5 years old when I knew them. And she'd always be like, Daddy, wait, you're not my daddy. It's the funniest, like, confused child I've ever seen. It was always very amusing. And obviously, like, they messed with her with that. You never really get to do those kind of mind games? Just haven't had the opportunity? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, those two were identical. Like, they also had, like, the same color hair, or, like, the exact same haircut and everything. Like, same kind of, like, body shape. One of them had a slightly more of a beer gut than the other one, but, like, aside from, like, dietary differences, they were identical. Like, their faces looked identical. Like, you just saw, like, mug shots of both of them, and they'd be the same person. It was very funny. Well, I don't know why I feel kind of weirdly proud of this, but you know what happened the other day? I got invited into to join the Games Press, which is a website that basically just gives you a whole bunch of press kits. That's kind of neat. So when you guys go around joking about games journalists, guess who's technically a games journalist now? It just means I can get assets for games easily. That's all it actually means, but... I'm part of the problem? I think the problem is the audience, not the games press. That and, you know, people that are told by their editors to write stories about games that they don't know. And also having to write stories that will get clicks and not stories that are interesting. Independent press that is crowdfunded is always significantly better and more interesting than press that is funded by corporations. No, getting assets is getting images for thumbnails, like literal assets, like screenshots of games, detailed information about levels, basically stuff that you need for review material. I don't know what else you're referring to, Bilbo. But if you're trying to be an ass, I can put you in your place if you like. It's called a chair. Sit on it. Sure. It's not funny kidding. I'm saying. If you're gonna kid, be funny. If you're not gonna be funny, don't kid. than just adult. But, you know, if I'm part of the problem, then yeah, I'll say this. There's other people you can watch. But the interviews and videos that I've put together are quite literally the definition of journalism. So I consider it to be a bit of an achievement on my part. Some of the best form of journal. Well, for the people who watch them, yeah. That will actually always be something that bothers me about the games industry, is just the animosity and bullshittery that the games audience generally has towards journalism. It's like a lot of the best journalism out there that is hugely praised by people, and then people turn around and are like, games journalists, though! It's like, you can't have it both ways, kids. You can't have it both ways. It's bullshit and bigotry is all that really is. Considering, like, all of the hatred of games journalists stems from such toxic insanity. Weird sound, hold up. So, for some reason, all of the sprinklers in the garden behind my apartment are going off, but they're going off at like 10 times their normal strength. They normally send out like a light mist, right? And it goes off at around 3 p.m. It goes psst. It's very light. It's straight up spraying my window from the garden, which is like 3 meters away from my window. So that's a weird sound. It sounds like there's like a geyser in my backyard. Because there quite literally is. Also, hi, Stone. Evening. Hope you slept well. No, because it's not just like the one sprinkler, it's all of them. I think this is the first time they've gone off this year, actually. So maybe somebody like accidentally cranked them up to full power instead of like running them at the power that they're supposed to be at, which is very odd, to put it bluntly. No. It happened before that. No, the hatred towards games journalists is Gamergate. Which, if you want to fall into a toxic pile of utter garbage, feel free to look that up. So I'd rather not discuss that, but TLDR, sexism and entitled shitbags on the internet going after people for not being allowed to write about games because they don't have exactly the same opinions as them. essentially. There's a lot of extremely good writing. And I mean, yeah, for every video of a guy not being able to complete the tutorial in Cuphead, you have dozens of articles that are incredible, but it's just the general take of the games community that if a games journalist writes something, they're automatically wrong and an idiot and paid off, which they're probably underpaid, actually. It's a really tough industry because of the animosity towards... It's actually, like, part of the reason why I hesitate to refer to myself as a games journalist, because I'm, like, worried that people are going to single me out in that regard. Anonymous! I don't know who's doing that, but shoutouts to Anonymous. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Stone, a.k.a. Seashore's Wall. I don't know if that was the same person, but thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate you. Welcome back, Stone. Chat, can I get a round of beers for unknown person being unknowingly generous? Thank you much. It's not me, I swear, by the way. Not me. But, you know, like, quality games journalism is things like no-clip video, right? Like making full-length documentaries talking to developers. Obviously, you also have things like IGN, which is questionable quality at times. Lump, it's good to see you. Thanks for the lurks, man. But for every questionable article you have on IGN, you have plenty of great writing and other sources. But just like the difference between things that you would see on Gawker and things that you would see on, I don't know, I'm not really versed in celebrity gossip news sites, but there are interesting articles written about people that are well written and good and well thought out, written by talented individuals. But no, it's quite literally just like a immaturity and entitlement problem when it comes to the blanket hatred of games journalism. Because, you know, if you don't have journalism, you have influencers. And your choice in this industry is one of two things. You can be a journalist, or you can be an influencer. And I don't know about you guys, but the last thing I really want from all of the work that I've put into this is to be looked at and pointed at as a person who exists as a puppet for large corporations to influence you into things. Which is also why I'm so hesitant to pick up sponsorships, too. Me just before visiting stupidskull.com. I hope that you're doing well, Lump. Pretend robot. I don't know about that. Stupid Skull is on your block list? You blocked the term Stupid Skull? Why? I mean, stupid might be considered a inappropriate term, but Stupid Skull is like my slogan. That URL is blocked? Oh, maybe because it doesn't have HTTP, or because Lump didn't put HTTP in front. Some web browsers will just block them by default. It literally just redirects to my Twitch channel. That's all it is. StupidSkull.com literally is just a redirect to my Twitch channel. That's all that it is. But yeah, if the website is blocked, it's probably just because it's a redirect, or because the HTTP wasn't typed in. HTTPS. both of those things can trip up some web browsers. They are not a huge fan of unsecured domains or redirects often. It's quite possible it got filtered out. But shoutouts to whoever is playing anonymous and sniping out people who deserve subs. Appreciate you. I don't see the purpose of putting any effort into a website redirect. Okay, we need to do clothing. That's 509, not 50. Hood was the last thing I did. I mean, why would I buy a second domain to do the same thing as the first one? I already have the .com. Why do I need a .club? If you want to buy stupidskull.club and redirect it to my Twitch channel, I won't stop you, but I ain't doing that. I own enough, like, stupid domains already. I mean, I used to own skull.zone for reference, so. I also used to know, I know a guy who for a year owned a website which was just stolen.bike, and it was a picture of his bike, because .bike domains showed up and his bike got stolen about a month before that, so he bought stolen.bike and then later sold it. But he bought stolen.bike and it was just a picture of his bike, and it was like, have you seen this bike? And then like his email address. Spoilers, he never got his bike back. Back in my day, it was just .com, .net, .org, and .gov. Don't forget about .gov. .gov is important. Okay, what code? I don't need to own everything that's skull dot. I also own my first name, last name .com, but never done anything with it. But that's just because I want to own my own .com of my full name. I also don't think I'll ever do anything with it, but I need to own it. Pick and crutch. I think it's just 1 and 1, right? 1 and done, yeah. Co.uk. It's so confusing. Why don't you guys just get .uk? Always perplexes me. That and .tuvalu, which is .tv, which is syncing. If you've ever read the articles about Tuvalu, it's really sad. It's literally like the rising ocean means like that small country is just not going to exist at some point rather soon. .uk is for... That's so selfish of them. I didn't know that, actually. That's interesting. But also, that's so selfish. What the fuck? The government one should be the more annoying one to type in, not the less annoying one to type in. Who's depressed? Craven! Again? Come on. Might give Craven his own squad and just let him train 24/7 forever. Government of the United Kingdom selfish? Never. Right? Did you have a fun weekend, by the way, Stone? Did you do anything interesting? I'm looking forward to this weekend because it's a race weekend. Means I get to watch cars go fast. You're here for IBM code page 437. You're gonna have to ask chat for that, or or speak with the local what's the word? Portal of knowledge, which is Wikipedia. Would be my guess. But also, hello. How are you doing, Muffin Drake? Been a while. I think the last time I saw you, I was playing Caves of Cud, probably. Or I recognize your name from, I think. Could be wrong though. The nation of the government for the. Not out of the ordinary was chicken for Senate. Good. Good, good. DOS font? Is that what that is? Okay. Believe you. I saw a tweet a couple days ago which basically summed up to, in the future when alien archaeologists discover our species, they're going to think that we spoke to a weird moving picture oracle that taught us the secrets of our universe. Computers. They're going to be like, man, they spoke to the great and powerful oracle Google. Taught them the ways. Kept everybody functioning. Gov.uk. Why don't they just have .gov like normal people? Like everybody else? Guess it's the need to be unique, I suppose. Absolutely, which is why .tv is so good. Same with .me. I actually really like .me. Which is actually like the saddest thing for me in the streaming industry is when Beam got bought by Microsoft and changed their name from Beam.me to Mixer. Because Beam.me was such a good name for streaming. Beam.me, beam me up. It was so good. And they killed it. They renamed it to Mixer for some god-awful reason. Also, pull this lever again. Anonymous the second, satisfied at work. At least Anonymous happy. Anonymous had a rough couple of years. How's Atheros doing? Better. There you go. That was the main thing that was bothering Atheros, was not being able to put on a nice piece of clothing. HMS is boats and H&M is indeed a clothing shop. Hey, Space Pirate. How goes life in space? Have the hauls been good recently? Have you scuttled many Imperial freighters as of late? I hope that the plunder and booty has been plentiful. I don't know why I committed way too hard to that bit, but I guess I did. So anyway, hi, Space Pirate. What's up? I still love the fact that the U.S. sort of legalized space piracy in 2019 by putting that law in place that literally just states anything that you bring back from space belongs to you. Doesn't matter who put it up there, but if you go up there and bring something down, it belongs to you. Which it's very funny to me. Like, so you're saying I could, if I go up there and bring back the ISS, it's mine? I'm sure there's like a fine print thing up there that says that. How's Longdeath? It's long and not dead. The dwarves are chilling. We've made some additions to the colorful floor. But aside from that, it's, you know, chilling in the Longdeath. Been pretty chill. I've been enjoying it. And I think chat's been enjoying Longdeath too. So, you know. I've been in a pretty good mood today because did a whole bunch of gardening yesterday, which was lovely. Planted a shit ton of onions and some other things. Although it's supposed to snow on Friday, apparently, so good thing I put them all inside in indoor planters for the time being and not much outside except for stuff that could tolerate another snow. Let's see if it's supposed to snow still. It was supposed to snow yesterday. I haven't looked today. Yes, it's still 20% chance of snow flurries, but a low of 3 degrees Celsius, so it won't last. Snunions. Well, it's not the onions that I'm concerned about. I also, isn't every single giant international corporate conglomerate that's destroying the planet Swedish? Stone? Anyway, I also planted weed. So, you know, while I was Sunions, yes. Almost as good as Funyuns. Put my cannabis seeds in water and let them sprout. Then I put them in a coffee filter and put them into a baggie and let them sit overnight until they really sprouted, and then I planted them yesterday. So they should be good to transplant by Monday, ideally. And I'll put them in bigger pots. And I'll keep them inside probably for until the end of the month, most likely. And I'll put them outside and then start training them and crossing my fingers. I have grown weed once before in a friend's basement. But that was like with the help of like them, and they already had grow lights and shit. So I just had a plant that I grew to myself. But I have some idea of what I'm doing. But or crab people, I can't keep track. It's definitely crab people. I don't know. We'll have to ask Mind, but gosh darn Dutch people. Half my family's Dutch, okay? But Canadians, I think, is what you're what you're actually going at. I mean, if you're referencing my my weed, then yeah. The famous dwarven caveweed. I mean, what about hemp? Remember Dwarf Fortress has hemp too, right? Also, the king made a demand today, Stone, which was really nice. It was a lead armor stand, something I have plenty of. Belgians in the 90s? What? You mean running in the 90s? Wait, I don't know what you're asking, actually. About a water source for your hospital? You have a 3x3 hole with water in it that is 1 to 3 Z levels deep, and it's filled with some parts. Do the dusting of mud, but here the tiles above with normal water. Do you have to set an activity zone on the open water source? So what you have to do to make it into a water source is you have to, you know, make a zone over top of it and hit W and set it as a water source. At which point then they'll go and get buckets out of it. However, if you build a well on that spot and place it on the water source with a bucket and a rope and a mechanism, I think is everything that a well needs, then they'll also get happy thoughts while pulling water out of the water source. And the dusting of mud thing is not a concern. It really ties the room together. No, he only requested one. He's been demanding that I make him picks and crutches for the past 2 decades, but actually had a demand, which was a lead armor stand. So we only have one, as far as I mean, we probably have like a dozen maybe, but scattered around the fortress. But this is just a really easy thing to actually make, so I was quite happy about that. Lost the thread? Okay, I also lost the thread. It's too busy being tied up in my shoelaces. Ha! We'll try again. Yeah, just put a well on it. Put a well on it in a water gather zone, because it might be too far down for them to reach all the way down to get water out of it. But if there's a well, then a little bucket goes from the top of the well down to the bottom. It doesn't matter how deep it goes, because if it's more than 1 Z level down or too far down on the first Z level, they won't be able to reach it because dwarf arm short, you know? He's like, it's so far down and I have little arms, kind of thing. That kind of situation. I think I'll get lunch in about 30 minutes here. And then after I do lunch, we will play through A Memoir Blue, which is a 2-hour-long story game that I've wanted to play, which is from Annapurna Interactive, which is one of my favorite publishers. They tend to put out very polished, interesting experiences. And it's on Xbox Game Pass, so I can just play it. So we're going to do a full playthrough of that, and then later this evening we're going to play some more Soul Ash, because the developer of that put out a patch for it, which removes the need to have to grind for crafting recipes. Everybody just starts with all of the crafting recipes from the get-go now, which is really interesting to me, and I'm curious to see how that affects the pacing of the game. So I want to play that. Even though, like, I have some issues with the game itself, I would like to play that version or that update. Hey, Samartian. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Hey, I'm Myrathi emo. Always good to see. Myrathi's good people. First ever TwitchCon I went to, he put googly eyes on my badge. I was very proud to get eye googled. Or googly eyed, I don't even. And looks like we are now into summer. Damn, time flies. Is your dwarf still alive? We're currently in between saving, so I can't show you their mind palace, but yes. Still a child, I think. Yes, I will show you once the game's done saving. There we go. There you are. You're 13 years old. Did I ever give you jobs? No, I didn't. Jeez. Meaning you probably grew up while I was playing today. Whoopsies. You must pray to English the embraced roses. I am not uneasy. You don't feel anything after being able to pray to your god and so long, which is weird because you had no jobs assigned, so you should just kind of pray to your god. You dream of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. You dislike abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples, only forms fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and has a calm demeanor. And he is confident under pressure, and he is stubborn and slow to trust others, and generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself. And he likes to take it easy and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is quite polite and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger and intensely considers what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And something that I was going to do with you is you're going to join the Eternal Guard. You're going to go be a military dwarf after you make some more silk mittens, of course. Your relatives, your mom and dad, so your mom is dead, and your dad is dead, because your mom was the center of that little mood explosion that happens because she was fucking every dwarf in the fort. And dad, well, died in the aftermath. You have two friends who are Erdem and Dewitt. Erdem is, I want to say, one of the traders that comes by, and Dewitt is the merchant, and your siblings are Banana, Bastet, and Oswix. Oswix is dead. Bastet is dead, and Banana is dead. Because Banana the Third is now the dwarf that's alive. So you are the only member of your family that isn't dead. By deconstructing some bridges and roads, and you got a bug to become erratic. Wait, what? You mean you got rid of it? Or... That's weird. I don't know. I've never encountered weird shit like that, Martian. I'm glad that it is more playable, though. Glad that it's, like, sorting itself out, if nothing else. Because dealing with bugs like that just fucking sucks. It's still a work in progress? Yeah, I got you. I get you. But happy to hear that progress has been made towards solving that bug. Because that just shit getting stuck without being able to move just... Can't say that that's something I've ever had to deal with or experience, so... Just remembered in your first bug save, there were 2 roads which during the winter deconstructed for no reason? Did you get invaded around that time? Because trolls can topple bridges. So can some large animals. Sorry, not bridges. Roads. They can topple roads because they're a constructed item like bridges. So. Is there anything else you want to see on Space Pirate, by the way? Space Pirate? Nothing else there was mud? Yeah, I don't know. Like, honestly, like, that bug that you encountered perplexed me so much, I'm still kind of in the mode for that, so. Just splatter? Odd. Yeah, I do not know. I almost never construct roads. The reason I never construct roads is because they're a constructed item and not just like a smoothed item. I kind of hate how sprites flicker on them, so I just don't bother. I find it distracting. Oh, this is kind of a neat thing. I don't generally promote Green Man Gaming, but this is kind of neat. I also probably still have an affiliate code with them, but I haven't used it in years, so don't even bother looking. If anybody wants to buy Stalker on sale and it goes to charity. I'll post this in Games News. Just wondering if that's the same on Steam as well. Yeah, it's also okay. It's also the same directly through Steam. All of the profits from Stalker go directly to you know, I might rebuy Stalker. Actually, I own them all on Good Old Games, but maybe I'll buy them on Steam as well. Holy shit! Where did all these? Diamonds. Get an animal training job. Go tame some emus. Just wanted to see who the parents were so you can watch for them in the YouTube VODs. Yeah. No, Kick Roast and their partner. Kick Roast is a weird story. How goes the VOD watching? I still see your comments popping up from time to time. Speaking of YouTube stuff, for those of you who like YouTubes, I got another first impressions video dropping tomorrow, or like an overview video. I don't know what to call them. I don't like calling them first impressions because I play more of the games than impressions. But can't say you figured out this bug yet. There's no solution to find it. So I had a really weird bug once, Martian. Probably the weirdest bug I've ever had in Dwarf Fortress. I caved in a piece of tile that was ocean. So it was an ocean tile that I caved in, but the ocean tile was caved in on top of a, what's the word I'm looking for here? It was caved in on top of a, so I caved in a piece of ocean ice on another piece of ocean ice with one layer in between. And I did that right at the same time that it melted, or roughly the same time that it melted, and it caused these weird 4 tiles to appear that looked like this, like these specks that were one tile above the ground. So the game thought that there was open space there, but it was actually flooring, and the dwarves could walk across it. So I had like this weird set of void tiles that didn't exist with nothing underneath them, but the dwarves could levitate across nothing. It's probably the weirdest bug I've ever had that I've never managed to replicate it, but it was so strange. That's probably the weirdest bug I've ever seen in Dwarf. You call magic? I call shenanigans, but you know, you call it whatever you want. I just choose to call it shenanigans. What color's fine pewter? Same gray. Those are quartzite, right? Okay. You're up to 51. You're 125. Good shit. No, you couldn't. I couldn't interact with them at all. All I could do was construct floors on top of them. I couldn't cave them in. I couldn't I tried collapsing other things into them, and they just vanished. And if I dropped an item on it that wasn't a cave in, it would fall through it and land on the bottom, the layer below. But dwarves could still walk through it, and I couldn't mine them out. So it was like this weird mystical thing. 180? I mean, 200 is the default cap. So if you have it set to the default cap, then that'd be 200. You have 180? Yep, that's getting... I mean, the default max is 200. So, you know, is what it is. Oh, did I try lava? No, I didn't try lava because that fortress didn't last very long, but I did try dumping water on it, and it didn't do anything. It was possibly the strangest bug I've ever had / seen happen in Dwarf. If I were to point at one bug and be like, that is the weirdest bug I've seen, it's probably that one. Water won't fix, No, it wasn't mist. That's the problem. It wasn't mist. So why would water or lava fix it? Because mist wasn't the issues. Wells are a 1x1 building, yeah. So you only need a single tile hole. I mean, you could build multiple wells on in a square or something. Adra, it's good to see you. Hope you've been well, sir. Hope you don't mind the less frequent stream schedules. So that's quite the emote, by the way. Just having a look at that one, Adra. Related to that emote, I planted some cannabis plants yesterday, and I'm very excited to see when they sprout. Hell yeah. Cheers, man.
Nope. Don't mind.
You know, fun fact. Twitch has a window in our stats screen where we can see how many of our 15 Founders Badge people are still subscribed. There's only 6 of you. There's only 6 of you still left. Then there's one who pops in occasionally and resubs, but... Thanks for sticking around, man. Thank you much for sticking around. It's like you, Audio Coaster, Stoned Hobo, and then a few people that I don't like to out because they don't talk much. But the vast majority of the originals are gone. You get dwarves that get stuck sometimes, and I feel bad because you can't figure out how to help them. My knee-jerk response to that is always check your stairs. The humans have arrived to trade. Sell all of the used clothing. Can sell the broken amulets. All right, Criven, we're going to give Criven their own squad. So I'm going to make a new no uniform squad, which I'm going to name Bear Fighters Extended. Because that's the dwarf that really needs these. And the other human faction has arrived to trade, but I think I'm behind my camera here. Thing I will say, though, I don't know if it's your kind of music, Adra, but I saw a band a few weeks ago called Deaf Heaven, which is a band that I've been aware of for a while, but never really got heavily into, and I think I might be a fan after seeing them. Same with the opener, which was Holy Fawn. They're kind of like a post-rock black metal hybrid, but good lord. I was not expecting to be super impressed with their performances, but good god, those were good shows. Like, holy shit, those were good shows. Holy Fawn, not to be confused with holy fuck. This is correct. Holy fuck, which I'm allegedly seeing at the end of this month. Fingers crossed. But here, I'll link the two bands that I just referenced. Adra the Metal Outlaw tunes, and I immediately need to start talking about music. Death Heaven and Holy Fawn. Fucking fantastic show. And the very first act was a solo kind of post-rock performing artist who goes by the name Midwife. And if I was ever a solo performing artist, I'd probably be very similar to this, because she walked out onto stage and she's like this, I don't know, maybe 5'1" tall girl, very short, with a mullet, but she walks out with a mug of tea the size of her head with about 5 tea bags hanging out of it. Like, it's just, like, just a whole bunch of tea bags all tied in a knot hanging out of this massive mug the size of her head, which is very funny. It's like, yeah, that's probably the way I'd play shows too if I was on tour. The dwarf was trying to get a drink and just stopped moving inches away from the still. But they are still stuck. So I've had that happen before, but usually that happens when I'm messing with weird burrows. Another way that can happen is if they're trying to... Actually, do you have a mare? Space Pirate? Ilda says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. The world's the same. Every quest you have of our merchants, all the metal. But do you have a mayor, Space Pirate? And the follow-up question I have to that is, does the mayor have an office and everything assigned? Ilda says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Saving and loading could help. Do they have all of the stuff set up for them to be a mayor? And is the mayor accessible? Because sometimes they want to go and complain to somebody in charge, which is the attend a meeting job. I think you can cancel it from the jobs screen. I think. But if they have the attend a meeting job and another task, there is a chance that it breaks their pathing. I've seen it happen a couple of times in this fort where they'll just like sit at the bottom of my stairs and just like not be able to move because they're trying to drink and speak to the mayor at the same time. So usually what I do is I just go in and cancel that job and it fixes it. Or turn on a burrow and turn off a burrow. That's a possibility. So if it's like a depressed dwarf that's trying to speak with the mayor and go cry on somebody or yell at somebody in charge, which, you know, I can relate to, that's sometimes the reason why that can happen. Cannot hold hands with something. Wait, what? That's one I've never seen before. Yeah, Darkstone is like the song that they have that's big. If you could, it's like it's the one song that's got 1 million listens on Spotify and everything else is like in the 100,000s, you know, or the 20,000s even. So it's like they're one song that a lot of people listen to. But yeah, no, Holy Fawn is a band that I would like to seek out some of their records, but I don't quite want to pay shipping on them. You know? Like, I want to buy records, but I just want to go to a record store and buy them. I don't want to, you know, have to pay shipping. If the nobles' positions taken care of them, some of them are just yellow, like the decadent quarters. Yeah. Well, the problem is maybe your mayor is like hauling boulders or something, or doing a lot of crafting. Like usually when I get nobles, like a mayor and a countess, I remove all the hauling and construction jobs and all the really time-consuming tasks from them, so that they have more time to like work with the dwarves. Because I find often the nobles end up too cooped up with their other tasks to actually tend to the nobles that want to yell at somebody in charge. So. But yeah, no, they both kind of have that kind of chill post-rocky vibe to them, while also having like a heavier black metal. Like there's a lot of post-rock bands out there that's like kind of meh when it comes to like the heaviness, but they all succeed in that. Another band that succeeds in that really well is this. Now I'm just recommending bands, but if you guys don't know this band. This is one of my favorite heavy but also really chill bands, which actually, oddly enough, I might play a video game just because they did the soundtrack for it, which is this, Norco. I think I'm going to take a look at it later this week. It's like a very text-heavy game, which is also on Game Pass, Norco, which is this game. Yeah, they did the soundtrack to this. So a band I like did a soundtrack to a video game? Midwest black metal band? You fucking bet that I'm interested. Just because of knowing that. I learned that the other day and I was like, you know what? I think that might have just tipped the scales to me having to try Norco, because that is too fucking cool. Actually, just out of curiosity, because I haven't looked it up. How long to beat? 5.5 hours? Fuck yeah. We'll do that on Thursday. Norco does sound like a soundtrack jam. Yeah, the one that I would recommend listening to for them is just go to their albums and just listen to like probably either Hightower or Magus. Yeah, probably this one would be the one I'd recommend listening to. It's just so fucking good. Thou is just incredible. They're another one of those bands that I'd really like to own some of their records, but they're prolific, so they have a ton, and they're all very expensive. The fun thing about Thou, though, is they're a really big band. There's like 12 people in the band when they're on tour and like 9 mainstays. And whenever they do there's plenty of performances of them live on YouTube, and like the meme whenever they do a show is every time the camera... What? Why'd the humans just leave? Did they not just arrive? Eh? Okay. But like the meme with them is every time the camera turns slightly, a new band member shows up. So it's just like every time the camera pans to the left or right, another band member shows up. Why did they just leave? Yeah, no, they're very like they're kind of like they kind of shift between doom, sludge, and black metal, depending on the album.
I feel ancient lol.
Why? Did you wake up and your knees hurt and your back hurt and you're like, I can't speak? And then you sounded like a chain smoker when you tried to say good morning to yourself? Because that's just me every morning. Or is it because you've been subscribed to the channel for 15 months? And I'll have you know, 13 minutes ago, Adra subscribed for 51 months, so get good, scrub. Anyway, thank you very much for the ongoing support. And chat, can I get a big round of beers for Orange, giving that sub alive for our 15th month? Why do you feel ancient? You woke up and your knees were weak? Well, something. Mom's spaghetti? Alphagetti? Yeah, I think they're just fucking around with the sprinklers because they've turned off and on like 4 times. Humans, can you please stop spelling cum? Do us all a favor. God damn it, you stupid guard. Move down. It's okay. We'll all forget Mom's spaghetti. Anyway, Orange, how are you? It's good to see you, man. How's your day been? It's looking pretty likely end of June. Me, Quebec. Well, C and M are right there because there's a one-humped camel and a mule, and a U keeps standing in the middle. So yes, they keep spelling cum. Humans are just being humans. This is true. Humans need to go to horny jail. Actually, if they do that again, I should screenshot it and put it on Twitter and be like, humans need to go to horny jail. Move slightly up. No? Okay. Doop-a-doop. I like how Orange... I like how you had to confirm that. Did he just say humans spelling? No, I said spelling, not spilling, sir. And also, the only liquid that people tend to spill in Dwarf Fortress that I go, ew, at is pus. Significantly worse. Like the time that my well dried up And it was like, cannot fill bucket, well dry. And I was like, oh, why? And it's like the entire bottom layer was filled with pus. And I was like, anyway. It just happens. It's only natural, okay? It's Dwarf Fortress. It's a video game for the whole family. Hey. Let's buy another fancy musical instrument. Picks and crutches. Iron pick, wood crutch. Iron pick, 3. Wood crutch, 3. But yeah, that's the what has Blind been listening to recently. Actually, what has Blind been listening to recently? I've just been listening to Weed Pecker and Hum all weekend. That was the main thing I had on the record player most of the weekend. That and like, I was listening to Soundgarden yesterday. I don't know why, I was feeling nostalgic. Pulled out my Soundgarden tapes and put those on. This is all while I was gardening. That night, I've been like listening to some Sergeant Thunderhoof because that new album's out soon. We're excited. Because they, making sure that's muted. This released recently. You started listening to Scissor Sisters? Who hurt you? They're fine. Next, you're gonna tell me that you've been listening to like. Next, you're gonna be like, so I started listening to the Backstreet Boys, and I'll be like, Orange, you need an intervention. And you'll be like, yeah, I know. Hello, Anander. How are you? Good to see you. That's a lot of pink. Suboptimal. But just don't tell me why. Because it ain't nothing but a heartache. Orange. It's impossible to have grown up in the last 3 decades and not know every single fucking Backstreet Boys song. Tell me why. Nothing but a heart. Or is that in sync? I actually don't know. Never mind. This is where it's just like, I also need to admit that I can't keep NSYNC and Backstreet Boys straight in my head because they're just the same group as far as my head's concerned. You know what I was unironically listening to a couple of months ago? And I say it was a couple of months ago because there was still snow on the ground, so it was a couple months ago. Is Sexy Back by Justin Timberlake, because somebody said on my family Discord, man, I miss the days when you could just go to YouTube and type in Justin and Timberlake was the top recommended result. And I was like, I wonder if that album's still any good. Sexy Back's still all right. It's all right. Like it's not incredible, but there's some bangers on that album. Like it's all right. He's still bringing sexy back. It's obviously not back yet, but he's still trying. He's bringing it. You have a mayor and a captain of the guard? Excellent. Best of luck, Anander. You can't keep Backstreet Boys in sync with the music. You feel old again? You want to know what makes me feel old, Orange? You want to know what makes me feel old? While I was, yesterday when I was gardening, I put on my radio initially, and I put on the classic rock station. Yeah, and I was like thinking, I'm like, okay, they'll put on some. They just play like AC/DC and like occasionally some Metallica 24/7, basically, right? I'm like, you know, Boston and Eagles and all that crap, right? I put on that station, and you know what was playing when I put on that station? Actually, chat, just guess. What do you think was playing when I put on the classic rock station for Vancouver? No, it wasn't Fergalicious. But what do you think would immediately make me turn the radio off? Nickelback? No. No, not that bad. Fortunately. But what do you think would immediately make me turn off the radio? See, I like Green Day, so no, it wouldn't have been Green Day. Especially if it was like if it was playing one of their older songs. Dookie's a good fucking album, and so is American Idiot. So, My Chemical Romance. Oh my god, if that was playing, I think I would just like have a mental breakdown. No, Avril Lavigne. No, since you guys are obviously not picking it up, Red Hot Chili Peppers was playing. Also, hey, you. I don't like your girlfriend. So, apparently that's classic rock now. Apparently Red Hot Chili Peppers are classic rock now. RHCP to me still just sounds like an acronym for a local hospital. To me that just like that it seems like somebody just like typoed a hospital name. Are so soft that Bill Gates named his company after them. You know that Microsoft is older than Red Hot Chili Peppers, right? Oh. I like just posted picture of tasty looking foodstuffs on my Discord now. Oh. But yeah, no, I don't like Red Hot Chili Peppers. So I that came on, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. And I turned it off and I went and grabbed my Soundgarden tapes and put those on instead while I was gardening yesterday. Cause I was like, Soundgarden while gardening. This checks out. Also, just out of curiosity, because I haven't done much effort to look into it, but does anybody know what happened to the drummer of Foo Fighters? Because I know that he passed away, but anybody know why he passed away? Because I haven't looked into it at all. I just heard that happened. I was like, oh, that sucks. He was on everything. Okay. Like, weed, cocaine, speed, meth, MDMA. Turns out drugs are bad. Drugs aren't bad. All of the drugs at the same time in a large dosage is bad. That's sad, though. Makes me sad because, like, I'm not the biggest Foo Fighters guy. Like, the best is a fun meme, and they have one or two songs that are hummable, and their music is memorable, but it's just a bit too generic for me. Like, I don't really sit down and listen to the Foo Fighters. But I was really liking his solo project, which specifically I just like this song here, like a thing. Or rather, it was like his side project with just him and his friends. Which, obviously, rest in peace now, because that's not going to continue. Recently, you've wanted to start the theory that Elena's and Wizard's songs are ironic, internally had examples that aren't formally iconic, thus iconic on a meta level, as now ironically an example of misunderstanding irony? Sure? Verifiably human? New viewer here. Hi, new viewer. This game? Today or in general? And seriously, or like when was the first time I played it? Because today, about 6 hours. I first installed Dwarf Fortress in 2009 as a game to play in queue while waiting for my friends to stop pooping or wanking off or whatever the fuck they were doing while I was trying to party up for Counter-Strike. Because I had been playing ADOM and other traditional roguelikes during that time. But I never got good enough at it to like actually play the game. So I would download the game, mess around for an hour, get annoyed at either the controls, the UI, or its obtuseness, and then Alt F4 and then go play something else. Then a week later, install it again, or a month later, or I'd hear a story, or I'd hear about boat murdered, or I'd hear about something or another, and I'd download it. So I've been aware of Dwarf Fortress for a really long time, but I don't think I didn't really start playing it seriously until about 2016 when I sort of passively started playing it occasionally off stream. But like that cycle of like installing it every 6 months and messing around with it for an hour basically was like 2009 until about 2017, where chat started harassing me to stream it, and then about 2018 I caved. So it took about 9 years for me to actually start playing it, because I don't really consider downloading it, generating a world and fucking around for an hour playing it. Because I was on 4chan with a lot of friends that were also on 4chan in 2009, and this was a 4chan meme in 2007, so I knew of it more or less when it became a thing. I just didn't install it until 2009. Because I was a problematic, edgy shitlord in 2009. That's why. But I've grown up since, and fuck that stupid website. But how did anybody hear about anything in 2009? Word of mouth and the internet. Maybe because you feel like you're understanding the game a lot more than in the past. Your older brother played DF years ago and you picked it up when you found it had a shared PC, but you didn't understand it at first? Yeah. I mean, you know, we were all edgy shitlords at one point in time. Orange. Some of us still are more than others. Where I work, they sometimes play... to give you an idea, Hambloco, about how into the games industry I've been since like 2006. The first live stream I watched was in 2009 on... And I know it was 2009 because it was the launch of Borderlands, and I watched that on Ustream. So I watched Scene Anners and Gassy Mexican, who Gassy Mexican still streams, playing Borderlands 1 in 2009. Back when streams were like 240p and 15 FPS. That was the first live stream I ever watched. And I think that CNanners almost lost his YouTube contract with his network at the time because they were really mad at him for streaming on a platform that wasn't YouTube, and YouTube's live streaming was so utterly dog shit at the time that it barely worked and like had no chat. A bunch of other weird shit. Where you work, they sometimes play the song ironically on the speakers, so you got reminded of it while most people have sensibly forgotten about it. Honestly, a lot of songs should be sensibly forgotten. Verifiably human. You know, it's a random music fact that I've stuck in my brain for some reason and I can't get rid of it because of a job that I used to have. Everybody here probably knows the song "We Like to Party." We like to party. We like to party. That song, and also the other song by the same group, "Boom, boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room. Let's spend the night." The Vega Boys, right? Everybody knows that song. Did you know that they have a Christmas version of that album? Now, the Christmas version of the album is identical to the normal version of the album, except it has some Jingle Bells sampled over top of it. It was also only released in Europe, so if you want, and Japan, I think. So if you want it, it's expensive. Also, speaking of people who like to party, hi King, how are you? Although it's not the optimal partying song. The best partying song is "When we like to party, we will party hard." It's good shit. You think you just lost 4 brain cells being reminded of that song? How about the fact that now you know that there's a Christmas version of it that is exactly the same as the normal song? Except there's somebody like shaking jingle bells over top of it. It's the only difference. As right before the breakdowns is ching 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 ching. But yeah, no, generally the way you heard about dumb fucking video games in 2009 was Beyond 4chan. Or Beyond Something Awful, of which I was on both. And I encountered Dwarf Fortress on Something Awful, and I also encountered Dwarf Fortress on 4chan. So I was aware of Dwarf Fortress at a pretty early state. But then again, I consider myself kind of a... when I was younger, a gatekeeping elitist, but now I'm just an industry obsessive. I obsess over this industry to an unhealthy degree, and I have for a very, very, very long time. Which is why I have like this weird, borderline creepy encyclopedic knowledge of random bullshit of this industry that no one should know about or care about. Crutches. How was your Arma session last night, King? I lurked in your stream a little bit while I was recording some shit. One of your favorite albums was a remix of Run the Jewels album called Meow the Jewels, where they just had a bunch of cat noises. My favorite meme album, or albums, I guess, are all of the various versions of Call on Me that are all stolen bootlegs of the performance that was done by one of the 2 members of Daft Punk during a live set once that was then sampled by a billion other people with different like bass drums in the background. I have a borderline obsession with trying to own every single record that song appears in, because there's about 30 of them. And they're all completely different artists, and none of them are licensed. They're all completely stolen bootlegs of a remix of a song that wasn't given permission to be remixed in the first place, which was then eventually released by Eric Preds as the Call on Me that everybody knows. That is probably my favorite, like, meme song. You're flabbergasted by my meal. You bought a frozen meal from a healthy brand. First, they are healthy, and I can understand all the ingredients. Second, they're cheap for a frozen meal. Thirdly, it's a veggie meat meal, and it's really good. And lastly, the bowl is made of recycled cardboard. You want to know what you can do with recycled cardboard stuff? Is you can put dirt in it afterwards and plant a garden in it. And then you can just put the whole thing into your planter. It's a remix of a sample that was used in a live set by one half of Daft Punk before Daft Punk was Daft Punk, which was then turned into a really, really, really horny music video under the Ministry of Sound label by an artist without that permission of that artist. So that artist used that sample in a live performance, and his label released it without his permission, which is why that song pops up, or what was like a #1 hit in like 2004 or something. Which is like some of my favorite like random music factoids to just spew out. The people are like, why the fuck do you know this? And my response is, I don't know, my brain is sick. So, yeah. Call on me, call on me. So, you know. You accidentally generated a 35 gigabyte video file of the session for them when you were aiming for about 5 gigs. Well, I mean, I like the maximalist approach. I hope it's a good meal, though, P-Luck. We'll say that. I'm excited for my sandwich today, which I probably should go eat soon, because I have pickles. I bought me pickles yesterday. They were on sale. I don't normally buy pickles. Pickles are like a rare treat. But I bought me a pickle, and I'm excited. I don't know. Do you ever get excited about having some dumb foodstuffs on your meal? It depends on what quality you're recording at. I mean, if you're recording at 4K, then that's kind of small. If you're recording at like 780, it's not big. Even at 1080, like 1080p video is not that big. Of this sample out of curiosity? What, for Call on Me? Frog? Probably my favorite version, which is the only one that I own, is the Red Cult version. And the only reason I own it is because the record for it is about $1 on Discogs, and there's thousands of them. So, but what's even funnier about that record is, #1, it's not a legal bootleg. #2, on the label it says, not for general sale, nightclub use only, which amuses me. But yeah, it cost me like 60 cents and like $2 shipping, because I shipped it from Edmonton. So, but Red Cult with a K. Call on Me. I think there's copies of it on YouTube. You selected medium quality in OBS, which is your mistake. Already found it? Hell yeah. I like that one because it's kind of like dark synthy in a way. It's like a lot more dissonant. A lot of them are like super happy and like bouncy. That one is very like, feels like it's taken itself too seriously, and I appreciate that in it. What time of year is it? It is late summer. The other day, you tried to use an AI to upscale a DVD to 4K. 12 hours later, you would take 600 gigabytes of space, and then you would have to scale to compress it to MP4. Oh, boy. Wow. It's late summer, yeah. I'm going to go pull my insulin out of the fridge. Hold on. Because after trading, or after the humans do the thing, I'm going to get my lunch. But I'll be back in a sec. So chat, you guys want to see a thing that arrived over the weekend that none of you will really give a shit about, but I think is awesome? Check this out. That's, well, probably now about 1 kilogram, but it was originally 1.5 kilograms of white clover seeds. Yeah. Ecotourism for the bees. It's about $25 for a bag that big. At the nursery. And I fill up a medicine bottle about this big full of seeds, and I go for a walk. And I've gone for a walk every day since I got them. Filled it up, and I go around just like sprinkling clover seeds on large patches of blank grass with nothing else on them. So, you know, committee ecoterrorism for the bees. Am I Johnny Cloverseed? Do I look American to you? Christ. But yeah, essentially. That's the idea. Just going around spreading clover everywhere. I'm trying to build my own clover field. As long as it's not a Cloverfield paradox, then we're good. But yes, trying to plant clover everywhere so that the bees have something to eat. Why would you confuse clover with a cunt lover? Belug? Just a question. Or cock lover. I don't actually know what that stands for in that instance, but I'm assuming that that's something very different. Both are very obviously described in the Halo video game franchise, King. Has to be one of the most peaceful forts out there. It's super peaceful until one dwarf starts sleeping with everybody, and then somebody tantrums and punches the lover, and then they all beat the crap out of him, and then there's 5 dead dwarves suddenly, which happened last week. But yes, it can be pretty calm for really long stretches of time. It's really calm until it's not, just like my streams, and just like my personality and my attitude. Really calm until I'm absolutely not. Where the fuck is quartzite? I mean, I got tons of quartzite blocks, or boulders. I need blocks, though, and I was making blocks, at least I thought I was. Where the fuck they all go? Oh, just flying past it. Ah, there they are. You're a nerd? You thought the C programming language, not the other definitions that we use? Fair enough, yeah. You, very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Naive nerd, you. Are you talking about Cloverfield Paradox or a different Cloverfield? Because I know about Cloverfield Paradox, and it was horrible. You know, it's really funny. It's like Johnny Appleseed is like this very happy-go-lucky character, and I'm sitting here going like, he's planting invasive species. Like, what? Why are we all happy for this guy? He's like introducing species that shouldn't be there. Oh no, that's not good. You know, it always disturbs me when people in Dwarf Fortress are like, all my dwarves died in the winter. Oh no, why? It's because they ran out of water. Oh no, why were they drinking water? It's one of my favorite, like, oh no, why responses in Dwarf Fortress is like, oh no, why were you making them drink water? That's so mean. And then they just get perplexed. They're like, but they needed more water. No, they didn't. You're not supposed to give your dwarves water, man. Ah! let's do that. You knew the problem and fixed it. I'm glad that you were able to fix it. Or fixed it. Hold on a second. I'm going to read this comment out loud because it's shutting my brain off a little bit. So this is a comment on my Dwarf Fortress Steam release roadmap video. Oh, it couldn't be. Will Steam's Dwarf Fortress not be complete? I was even hoping the adventure mod for Steam version would already have included the ability to get married and have family, like maybe like in Skyrim, since it's something that the DF 47.05 mod lacks. From what I heard, it had been said that it would even be included even in the Fortress mode. It is possible the characters to form couples and have children, but something like real marriage or anything like that is not defined. That's not true. But is it like free love that would be more fit with hippie elves, right? Haha. But this is all one run-on sentence. So if the adventure mod isn't included in the Steam's version of DF, I think that I'll wait a bit longer before buying, at least until they include adventure mod. What? Did the roadmap include finishing the roadmap as part of itself? God, I hope so. I think what that person is saying is that they won't buy Steam Dwarf Fortress unless it includes adventure mod. Hearing that hurt your brain? Yeah. So I feel kind of bad because I banned somebody from my Discord the other day and also from my YouTube comments section and blocked them on Twitter and blocked them on Discord because of sheer incompetence. This person started leaving comments on every video asking why my videos weren't live streams. So they were like, I always miss the live streams. When are the videos live? And I responded with, like, I stream on Twitch with a link, right? And every single time I would post another link, they would respond with the exact same thing and, like, never follow up in the comment section. And then when I put up that video, the Odd Realm interview, they were like, finally, I live stream. And then they were like, wait, not live. And then responded, like, these are all separate comments. And commented about 15 times with, like, when is live? When are you live? You're not live. Hello, do you know that you're not live? Did you know that you're not live? Are you aware that you're not live? Have you figured out how to go live? You have to, and, like, literally posted instructions on how to stream on YouTube. And, like, a link to that with, like, the most broken words I've ever seen and tons of spelling errors. And added me as a friend on Discord every day for about a week, starting earlier last week. And I eventually was just like, you know what? Shadow ban, blocked, muted. It's just like, I kind of feel bad because I think that person was like, not just trying to be rude, but God, it got so annoying so quickly. I was like, you know, I require more brain cells to talk to me. When is live? How do I tell if pregnant? When is live? Streamer. I mean, like, you joke, but that's not too far off. Like, and then I was like, this isn't a live. I responded to one of them. I was like, this isn't a live stream. This is a premiere. And they're like, what is this? What is premiere? And then said, I goggle. Is not president. What the fuck? I goggle. Is not president. What the fuck? Speaking of is not president, what the fuck? How are you doing, Bellinaire? Thank you very much for the raid. I need to play some of that backpack here on my YouTubes. When you live? Right now, dude. Right now. Or when I live, until I cease. So hopefully for a long time. Backpack Hero is amazing. It's just inventory management, the video game, nah? But yeah, no, I need to do that. Is there a way to download it? Because I was fiddling around on the itch page, and it seemed to just run in a browser. If it just runs in a browser, that sucks, but I can make it work. I just hate recording games that run in browser. Also, Backpack Hero is the fantasy version of Jukebox Hero. Oh, you can download it via the itch app. Okay, I need to mess around with that a little bit. Tread!
Blind Earlers live right. Now, on Twitch.television.
I love how the bot sometimes doesn't know whether to say live or live. I hope that you're doing well, Tredge. I apparently can't tab between screens because the game is saving. But I hope that you're doing well, Tredge. Thank you very much for the 54th month. And chat, if you guys don't know, go follow Bellinair. It's fantastic. Hey, Geister. But are you a pinball wizard? I'm definitely not a pinball wizard, but I do own a jukebox. And I have been called a hero at least once. Where'd your hat go? You leveled up to the 4.5 years, which means you're about to move on to the next level of hatdom, meaning when you get to 5 years, you get to repeat the hats, but with different colored sunglasses. With a couple sneaky surprise hats in the middle there. Hey, Devoted. Summon SOS. We need some help. Hat. Back at you. Thank you very much for that Prime sub for a 46th month. Welcome back. Good to have you, dude. If anybody else has a resub, that's a hype train. That's two goddamn long times. 46 and 54? Fucking Christ, you two. I mean, for whatever it's worth, they were all drawn like 3 years ago. Sending out an SOS. Sending out an SOS. So fun fact, my parents, when they were youngins, and before I existed, and before they were married, they got to see a little indie band called The Police. And Whitcode, thanks for gifting a sub, and Orange, thanks for the $1. Here's you too. They got to see a little indie band called The Police. And this very loud, obnoxious band that nobody liked opened. Fortunately, they never went anywhere. They were called AC/DC. Stone, it's that time if you're around. Yeah, you are. Perfect. Jack, can I get a big round of beers? For everybody being too goddamn kind. Whitcode and Orange and everybody. Big thanks. But yeah, no, my parents got to see AC/DC open for the fucking Police. Which is really funny because, like, who actually remembers the Police now? Everybody knows AC/DC. It's so funny to me. That my mom and dad got to see that. I'm also kind of jealous, not gonna lie. But, not sure if you got it, but. It'd be dope to not have to wait around to hear AC/DC because they're opening. My mom and dad claimed that it was, like, in a really small venue, too. Like, maybe, like, 1,000 people there. Which is just kind of bonkers. Like, could you imagine seeing AC/DC and also not paying, like, $5,000 to see that show? I was like, gosh. I'm going to assume that Stone got it, but I screenshotted it anyway. In my dad's words, he says they thought that they were loud and obnoxious. Which is all so cute. They brought us a cat. Welcome back, Mayor Taylor. Sounds like busy day. Busy, busy day. It got busy, rather slow morning. I gotcha. I'm just going to screenshot this one for Stone 2. I know that Stone said something in chat a minute ago, but I'm not sure. Present currently, so. I have strawberries and a cat. But yeah, to anybody coming in from that Bellinair raid, we're going to do a little bit more of this. Trying to just get some time in. And then we're going to play through a game called A Memoir Blue, which is a recent Annapurna Interactive release, which I really want to play. And then this evening, we're going to play some more Soul Ash, because the dev's done some balancing work, and I'm curious about trying it out. Where your mayor's been demanding bucklers. Bucklers are pretty good. They're like shitty shields. Nothing wrong with a buckler. Chat, you guys have a minute to level up that train. It needs like, I don't know, I think one more gifted sub or roughly 500 bits to level up, I think. Just as a guess. It might be a gifted sub and a bit. So probably 2 gifted subs or 500 bits would probably do it. Everything's in the DF talk room. So. If anybody wants to level up, you don't have to. All optional. But it's there if you want to. But regardless, thank you much for all the support today. You missed tribute? You were here, but I figured you were drawing or playing chess or something. But thank you guys for the little train. Much appreciated. Helping keep this weird channel funded. Watching a Morrowind YouTube video? I gotcha. Lore videos or just let's play? Having Axel get in a cab and saying, "Get me the fuck out of here." Axel Rose? Could have told him to get out. Dude's a dick. That's the only Axel that I know of off the top of my head. I mean, that's not difficult. You can piss off Metallica by just simply stating, "I got your music on the internet." Metallica's a very, a bunch of fucking babies. That's all I can really say. If you settle too far away, you won't get that many migrants. It depends on what you're trying to do. I'd recommend settling within proximity. But, I mean, you do you, man. Didn't have heart attacks from Napster. I don't know. I Ride the Lightning is a solid album. I don't really like anything else they've done. It's just They're too watered down and uninteresting. Like, none of it's bad. It's just uninteresting and kind of dull. It's all fine. Like, I don't know. They're just boring. That's their biggest sin, is they are fucking boring. It's like of all of the historic metal bands, it's like, well, I mean, yeah, they had one good album, but like, I don't know. I don't think it's like sacrilegious to say that Ride the Lightning is their only good album. It's like Ride the Lightning is genuinely fantastic in a lot of places. But more or less everything they did after that is just generic and not even in a fun way. You know, like AC/DC has a lot of stuff that's kind of bland, but it's fun, you know? Might even try an evil biome and die trying. Yeah, the next fort I do in the Crimson Pulley world is going to be in an evil biome. We're going to settle in that haunted jungle. Oh, it doesn't matter. Fernando, doesn't matter. But do you know how you get tributes? The way you get tributes is by having a baron or demanding tribute. I mean, like, Master of Puppets is great, right? Tacos? Master of Puppets is great. But, like, I can live without everything else by them, pretty much. So basically your job was to just sit there, and if someone got hurt, I'd get a police escort with their security detail to the hospital following in the ambulance. For a show, Orange? I'm assuming? Metallica concert? Gotcha. I mean, what'd you do? Just drop them off at the airport or something? Such is the life of a cab driver. Or ex-cab driver, I suppose. They disturbed your enjoyment of their music with their personalities. I will say this. The best thing, absolute best thing that Metallica did in the last 15 years is perform for BlizzCon during the pandemic and got muted on Twitch. That is the best thing that they've done in the last 15 years. Because, my God, that was funny. Watching them standing there and plucking away at their guitars with elevator music playing. It was just, mwah. It was like sweet vengeance just coming back. Oh, it was good. So good. You've only raided goblins once, so you need to raid some more. Do you know how you demand tributes? You set up a raid, right? And then you hit capital D on the raid to check details. And then you set it to demand ongoing tribute. That's how you get tribute. But don't do it from your own civ, because if you do it from your own civ, you will go to war with your own civ. Do it with goblins, and you'll get a tribute or two before they invade you. If you do it with elves, you'll get a few hundred tributes before they invade you. And if you do it with humans, they'll just bring you tributes for all eternity. I have a pick from what's it called? Sabaton concert. That's the only one I've kept. I use it to clean my record brush. Before I play records. We lost most of them. That's fine. I mean, they're just guitar picks. It's not like they're actually worth anything. I mean, maybe if you had like a Jimi Hendrix pick, that would be worth something, but that fact pisses a lot of people off. I mean, a lot of petty dumb shit pisses a lot of people off. So I don't think that the fact that it pisses people off is necessarily a particularly major thing, you know? You find it amusing. Yeah, that's fair. All right, chat. I think I am going to let you guys just hang out. What time of year is it? It's early autumn. The dwarves are probably going to arrive to trade soon. I'm going to let you guys hang out, and I will try and unpause the game if and when the dwarves arrive. I'm going to go grab my sandwich and get my lunch. When I come back, we're going to play a little bit more of this, and we're going to take a break. We're going to play half of a record, and then we're going to go play through a story game called The Memoir Blue, which is a game that I've been interested in for a while because it's published by one of my favorite publishers. So we're going to take a look at that. It's not a sponsored thing or anything. It's just I want to play it, and it's on Game Pass, so we're going to fucking play it. It's about 2 hours long. It's a very story-heavy, probably emotionally and sad game, generally, is what those are. But we'll see. But we're going to play through it, and then after that, we're going to play some Soul Ash. So that's kind of the plan for this evening, and then later tonight, of course, we will do our evening record segment. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break or so, as long as it takes me to check my blood sugar and stab myself with a needle and bring my sandwich over, or eat my sandwich, and then I will be back. If you want to support the channel directly and help me out, there's a link to my Patreon. We're trying to get back up above $500. I just dipped below this month because we lost a couple patrons. It happens. And if you, want to play some sound commands, those are $7 a month on Patreon, or $10 a month for your Twitch subs. And if you're just there's the people who want to trade. And if you want to help us out, if I could get a big round of beers, that'd be fantastic. And I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere fast unless you really want to. And when we get back, we'll be kind of moving off of the DFs and swapping over to something else. BRB, 5 minutes.
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
Tea, cocaine, hot. Hi, we're back. Looks like Erdemver. Which is discuss this. I'm sorry. I tried to give you guys something kind of interesting to watch while I was gone, but the outpost liaison had other ideas, I suppose. Rough color? Oh, rough color means uncut gem, I think. Not dyed cloth. Farewell, Taylebi. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yeah, a rough color is a rough gem. It's like a more confusing, confuddling way of saying uncut gem. I'm going to just quickly do our trading, and then we will swap names. To punch some things in on my phone. Apologies. I mean, if you want to see how much it's evolved, go watch episode 1 on YouTube. At which point, then, this right here will hit very differently. Samsung makes a lot of things that don't ever leave Korea. In fact, like, the majority of the shit that they make never leaves Korea. Korea and Japan, that is. More specifically. They make a lot of stuff for Asian markets. Like, they also have, like, a housing, like, wing that sells houses. It's like a realtor. So you could buy a house from your Samsung realtor, which is weird. In 45 days, 3 touch screens in a hotel. Wait, what? Like you did, Zakos? That's not okay. Hey, that's bad. Suboptimal, you could say. But yeah, no, generally, what's the word I'm looking for here? There are noticeable improvements of this fort, but it can be kind of difficult sometimes to actually see the changes because sometimes they're quite small. Spent a while in South Korea on business, a 5-star hotel. It just kept dying. Weird. The concept of a touchscreen TV seems kind of shitty to me, though. Can't quite put my finger on why, but... Touchscreen TVs could be useful for, like, mall maps and self-takeout menus. Yeah, I mean, like, sure, but not in a home or a hotel. But outside of that, I guess I could see that. I guess. I don't know. At that point, like, they should just do what fancy hotels over here do, which is just have a fucking app. Like, we're at that point with hotels over here now where it's just like a lot of them just have apps. So you can just like go on your phone and just like install the hotel's app and just say what hotel you're in and then sign up under your name, and then it'll just be like, yo, you live here or you're staying here. What would you like to order? And then you just place an order. So, I don't know. Thought that was kind of... I still think that that's kind of strange. Oh, I understand. Okay, so if this was like 10 years ago, that would make a lot more sense, actually. Or your phone is your cabin key? You know, if I were to go on a cruise ship, I'd want to go on one that doesn't have internet, which I don't think exists anymore. But for me, like, the whole point of going on a cruise ship would be to just completely disconnect from the universe. 10 years, 15 years, 13 years, same diff. But it's a fortune? Well, good thing I need my fortune to be told, so... Seems like a solid investment if I do say so myself. Not. An internal network which tells you the daily schedule of events on your phone. Yeah, I probably wouldn't even want to bring a phone. Like, I don't know. I mean, obviously I should have some contact with the outside world, but if I were to ever go on a cruise, which actually just sounds like hell to me. So it's unlikely I'd ever actually go on a cruise, with the exception of maybe like the metal cruise, 70,000 tons of metal. With the exception of maybe that, and even that is like pushing it. I wouldn't want to bring a phone. I want to completely disconnect from everything. But that's just me. For me, like, the idea of a vacation is to disconnect from regular life, and having a phone with me makes that impossible. I can't afford that metal cruise, so I'm not into that metal cruise. Because that, going to 70,000 tons of metal is like $3,000 for a one-person ticket. It's like, it's ludicrously expensive. You would love a cruise, the kids in the care facility, and you can eat at the bistro. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like cruises are for couples and people with kids who want to escape, and elderly people that just want to socialize with other elderly people. And I am not one of any of those things, so to me, like, all cruises just sound like a slightly more interesting version of me just being locked in my apartment. So I would rather just be locked in my apartment, because, it doesn't cost me hundreds of dollars a day to exist. It just costs me like $20 a day to exist. You're in the Navy? Well, I mean, there's actually like a lot of ex-Navy people who watch the stream, considering, like, you know, a retired Navy vet has a tendency to shut my brain off every now and again, but... Imagining a Planet of the Apes sort of situation where people go on a cruise with no means to contact the mainland and they return after 5 days and somehow inexplicably giant ants have replaced humanity and is the dominant species. I think that you're confusing Planet of the Apes with Earth Defense Force, but, you know, same diff, right? I mean, if there's, like, anime people running around screaming, defending Mother Earth from any alien attack, those giant fucking insects that continuously come back. Whereas being on a booze cruise, trust me, you def don't want to get shit-faced. We went on one and it was cool, but the only thing to do was to drink. Yeah, that's the other thing is I don't want to just like be drunk all the time. I don't know. My idea of a vacation is like hide really far away from a lot of people in the internet and just like enjoy nature and go on a lot of hikes. That's my idea of a vacation. Whereas a cruise is like, okay, so I have to be near a lot of other people for... Like, that just sounds like work. Like, if I'm gonna go be near a bunch of people, I'll just go to a PAX or a TwitchCon or a games convention and at least get some work done. Rather than, you know, just being, like, forcibly stuck close to everybody, which is very fun, you know? It was really windy yesterday in my part of town, and I keep seeing pictures on my local area's subreddit of just like fences that have been blown over. It's like, yeah, this happens. Aw, man. Chat. I've got bad news. I tried to drum up interest and I tried to drum up interaction, but go look at the announcements in Discord. I didn't do anything. We didn't do enough. Here, I'll just read it. Unfortunately, your Discord community hasn't met our requirements to stay in the Discord partner program for the last 8 weeks. I did post multiple times about this over the past 8 weeks. This includes removal of any perks that were granted when your server joined the partner program. And we realize this might be disappointing, but removal does not affect the value and the joy that you and your moderation team work to bring to those in your server. You've impacted the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of community members, and we hope that your team continues to do so. We would be more than happy to welcome you and your community back into the partner program should your server meet our requirements again. For now, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to this thing, and then we hope to see you again soon. Well, what does that mean? It means I can't do Discord stream or record streams on Discord anymore because the quality will be so terrible, there's no point. I took that personally. I mean, literally the only reason I wanted to keep it was so that I could keep the maximum quality without having to boost my server up by about $50 a month. Which means if I try and stream records on Discord now, they'll sound like trash. So, that's what it means. So, now, how many people are boosting it? We need 7 more boosts to get those perks again. Yeah, no, but I want 384. Have you, like, listened to 256 versus 384 side by side? Hope that my, vanity URL still works. Alright, that still works. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna bother, Orange. So, you can just be like, well, you had this. Fuck you. That's my take. But, rip. I told you guys we needed an increase in traffic. Okay. Bye, Orange. You might think this is hilarious, but I'm not happy. I'm really bummed out, man. So you can say whatever you want, but not funny. All right, well, sucks to suck, I guess. What were we doing? No, they gave us 8 weeks. I posted 8 weeks ago when we got the last warning. I posted a second time when they sent the second warning. And then I posted a third time when they gave the third warning. I'm not going to at everyone constantly and be like, spam more! That's just obnoxious. So, I don't know what else to say. Thanks for your encouragement, Anander. I appreciate it. All right, well. That. All right, mid-autumn 388. I think that's it for the day for Longdeath. It's a good chunk of stream. I think it's time to go play some calm, chill story stuff. So that's what we're gonna go do. Then after that, we're gonna play more Soul Ash. The game that we're gonna go play is about 2 hours long, apparently, so. Yeah, I posted the thing in announcements, so go take a look if you want. But yeah, no, it might be hilarious for you guys, but I'm pissed. All right, gotta plug a cable in. Hold up.